Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from in a single round-robin format with the same group. For the Elite, this is their chance to secure advance to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
They have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving, now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one, Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance, he's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the one. Make it two, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where do they want to go with this? The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So by Foxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. More bang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Does Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second. This post plant, it is falling apart.
JK.
Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snakefall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, you know, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Stekny get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todson! His teammate just showed that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, making a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Oh, coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely 3rd, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todson and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And on Knights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Oh, okay. It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Look at that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. More bang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe Unlights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post mine, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, what is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double too, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. Where that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Steak get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous 2. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
that's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke, just makes sure Kane has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
Hello everyone and welcome back to CFWL. I'm gonna be your host for today, Sikyu, and alongside I got the veteran himself, Penguin, and for today we are not kicking off the playoffs, but we are about to kick off one of those teams that we have for the match tonight. Of course, we have Anubis versus LCK, two big names, and alongside those names there are now one step away from getting out of the CFWL. One of them will have the chance to play on the 5th place, but the loser will get out and will guarantee the 6th place, which is pretty inconvenient for both teams.
Yeah, talking about Anubis, first of all, welcome, thank you. And I'm super excited for today. For Anubis, it's pretty inconvenient to see Anubis at the 6th place. We've seen this team performing very good. We've seen the team doing very good on phase 1. They had a very good run. They won versus 3BL. They won versus Imperium. They did very good games versus Vitality. They beat them in one map and they got a lot of potential. And then going into phase 2, it was almost perfect. Only the loss versus 3BL because they beat Imperium and they beat Storm Gaming. But right now, they are one step away, as you mentioned, of leaving the tournament, as well as LCK, which is LCK is a weirder for me because it's a team that we are maybe betting that they might become the champions, and now they are one step away from just leaving the whole West League into the 6th place. I guess this is gonna be their worst performance since 2018 or 2019, I believe.
Yeah, I believe since they were ever made like a huge roster, like a huge upset that's on their behalf. And of course, for those who didn't follow us on yesterday's broadcast, we had a lot of bangers, to be honest. First of all, we had 3BL winning versus LCK in a 3-0 fashion. Not only a 3-0 fashion that you will say, man, like it was close, like LCK got a chance. The thing is, they just destroyed LCK, a team that came from Contenders League, that almost got knocked out of the playoffs and was not gonna even participate in this event or like be on the playoffs, and they just like that. They're the 6th place on the regular season, and when we go to playoffs, they are just kicking the 2nd place team. Of course, they didn't finish in 2nd place, but like speaking of phase 1, they had 7-1 record. They had a really flawless gameplay. They had really good things to show. In phase 2, they looked a lot shaky. I wouldn't say a little bit shaky, like they were a lot shaky than we were exposing, like since we thought that they would go. And after that, they just like dropped down 3-0 versus 3BL, and now we have trivia of today. 5 players have missed all CrossFire WL playoffs. Oh, have never
missed.
My bad.
Never missed.
I need to get my glasses back.
They never missed the playoffs. It's Beck, Alucard, Todzin, Horus, and Petra. Horus is into the playoffs since 2021, but he missed one playoff, which is on 2022 season 2. We were as a team list, we took 5th place. Back and then, I guess this is only the playoffs. If he went on into these playoffs, then Horus is in the playoffs since 2021.
Horus got a long history. This player been competing since, I don't know, 2018, 2017, something like that. He played with you back in math days, and you had a really good run, and I believe that's the only lasting member that still gets the crown, even after he got it back in 2018 and 2019, and now he's in 2026, is still doing the same effort, doing the same things, and collecting titles, and also competing internationally. So that's for Horus. But for today, I mean, I don't know, I don't really want to think that LCK can just drop out and be the 6th place. It's just, I don't know, it's weird to my ears.
But you have to give a chance. You have to put a chance that LCK might lose. It's weird. It's weird for me because I thought that it's gonna be a good fight between LCK and Vitality, maybe in the finals or in the semi-finals. Depends on who's gonna play who. But falling shortly since phase 2, they never won any game. I believe it's only a Night's game. I guess they won. Yeah, versus Unites. They lost versus Nemesis. They lost versus Vitality, and now they lost versus 3BL. So they are having a very tough run, but I believe that they can bounce back.
Yeah, and of course that's our CFS point system. And to break it down to you, we have 8 teams competing in CFWL, and we have 8 teams competing in CFOL, the open qualifiers. And of course, the top 3 teams will qualify immediately to EWC and CFS regional finals, and for the remaining 8 teams from 5th place to the 12th place will get into the regional qualifiers, and the remaining 4 teams will be kicked off from CrossFire Open League and won't have a chance to compete any elsewhere. And of course, we have the points distribution. Here it is on the screen. First place 150 and last place will get 5 points. And of course, we know how can he use them. He might redeem like a chocolate or something from the store. Otherwise, we have the playoffs brackets. Of course, yesterday was a banger series between Knights and Anubis, 5-game fashion. We had everything coming out from Anubis. They showed what they're made of, and I believe they have a really tough personality they've shown, and of course in the first round in the upper bracket, but now they're facing LCK, who got demolished by 3BL Galaxy. So for 3BL Galaxy, congrats of course for this 3-0 fashion win. You still have, I can't say, yeah, they have a tough opponent, but you need to thank God that you're not playing versus Vitality, because otherwise we know where you're going on the lower bracket. So somehow finishing the 6th place on phase 2 is benefiting them.
Yep. Well, I'll tell you how it goes about this. You know that there is only one match in the loser bracket, which is match 6. I don't know if this is match 6 or 8. Match 8. Match 6. It's just let me check. Wait. It's
Today
match
we have
6,
match
okay?
3.
No. I'm not talking about match 6. Check the match 6 lower
Okay.
bracket. The match 6 lower bracket is only 2 teams, right? So it's the
course.
winner of LCK and Anubis gonna go to match 6, correct? And only
Correct.
one team from the above 4 teams on match 4 and match 6 will drop. Match 5, I'm sorry. Match 4 and match 5 will drop to match 6. Only one team. Where goes the second team? The second team goes to match number 8, which is basically they secured top 4. So how it goes, whoever is gonna lose in a harder way or in a harsh way will go drop to match 6, but whoever is gonna put more rounds and more maps is gonna go to match 8. So by going to match 8 you already secure top 4. By going to match 6 you only secure top 5. So now 3BL have a chance if they do a very good performance, because they avoided Vitality. That's why I'm telling. I told also the this on stream that the 3BL, if they secured 6th place, it's way better than securing the 5th place, because 5th place you will go in the Vitality's bracket, and if Vitality destroy you, you will get knocked down to match 6. But if you avoid Vitality, you might have a chance of going into match 8, which is basically to 4. So even though if you're losing, you still can win and get to 4. So that's the fight between the losers. So whoever is going to lose in a harder way will drop to 5th place. Whoever is going to lose in a maybe a bit easier way is going to drop to match 8. And this is the good thing about not being on the Vitality side, by the way.
And it looks like, Penguin, you're just saying them, if you're losing, just don't get smushed. That's the important part.
Both teams.
don't
We're
get
talking about
smushed
both
in.
teams. We're talking about, of
course.
the 4 teams actually. Okay, Vitality it's tough to tell them to check that these guys is gonna lose. But if we were talking about Knights, Nemesis, and 3BL Galaxy, these guys needs to focus on getting the most rounds that they can, even though if they're losing.
Here it is from Penguin himself. He's giving you some tips and tricks for you to follow, and for us to follow the stats in KD. I got some important note. Like I just noticed that Slayer is one of the fewest player that died in the entire KD system. I know we have Snake, and I believe no, actually Snake is the least death here. But at the same time, when you see the KD ratio, you can feel the difference between some of the players. Snake doesn't hit a lot of shots, but at the same time he doesn't die a lot, so he's making a really perfect balance. But at the same time, you can see Famous in the 9th place. He got almost the most kills here, I believe. Actually, he got the most kills here, 451, but he got 377 deaths. So you need to have some balance, and that's why you need a lunatic like famous on your team. He knows he eats everything alive around him. And for the KD stats, we have Slayer, of course, Boxy, Muffin, everything here.
Spoxy
And
was number
for
one
those
yesterday, by the way.
players-
He was
Yeah,
number one.
that's
After the Benga series,
That's
he dropped to
something.
number 2. That's Egyptians
wanted to break it down.
helping another Egyptian player, which is Slayer. So yeah,
And for the KD stats, we have seen it. For today's schedule, I believe we have only one match. Unfortunately, it's gonna be LCK versus Anubis. Lower bracket, round 1, a really tough one for them. And to be honest, I had like a question, and you just answered it earlier on today on your explanation how it's gonna happen in the second round. I thought like, guys, why don't we just have today the upper bracket semi-final and then we go to the lower bracket
You can't.
the day after?
They need to play
the
together.
Round 1 and round 2.
yeah.
And exactly, that's the thing. Like, they need to play together, and you need to see everything aligned, and then you go to the point that we can see the upper bracket semi-final. So, shout out to the guys and to you guys, actually, Penguin, to break it for me, and of course for those who are watching. You should pay attention. Playoffs are not an easy place to be hanging in. And that was for today's schedule. We have seen the KDs, we have seen, I believe, almost everything that you would need to watch and see. And now, it's the preparation time. We got LCK and we got Anubis. And speaking of LCK, here it is.
Yeah, the lineups, it just says it all. I don't know, these guys are not doing the 100%. I can't say that LCK are a weak team now, or maybe average team. We can say they're weak. No, the lineup is still not showing even 60% of the performance. Yeah, 3BL won yesterday, 3BL are good. But this was not LCK. If this was LCK on their form, okay, maybe 3BL would win, but not 3-0, right?
I mean, to be honest, when it comes to predictions, I don't want to spoil it out to you guys, but for me, I don't feel the LCK are in their best suit. Like, you can see their expressions on their faces. It's not just the best. Like, you can't feel and see, like, those guys are not LCK. They're not our veterans, our heroes that we usually see on the broadcast, or just play versus them and casually in ranked games and those games. So it feels like they are different.
Yeah, when we watching how LCK plays, it's kind of not the same way that they used to play. They used to play aggressive. They used to play for controls. They used to play 4-man or 5-man. So now it's about having the shots that you need to hit. Because when they play Port, which was actually the closest game for LCK, by the way, yesterday, it was 10-7. When they were playing Port, they were playing 4 as ones, 4 as ones, 4 as 1, 4 and 1. They're going to try to pick a top 4, going for mid, going for belong, and trying to play the old passive style, old aggressive style, not the passive style that they used to play now. So, and they actually worked out for them. So now what they need to do is actually they need to kind of put more of the passive and aggressive strategies, because they can't only play aggressiveness. And I believe that their style today maybe have a better chances versus Anubis, because Anubis is not that aggressive team, or maybe they don't have that much firepower in order for them to trade, you know.
For sure, and we have the results. It's pretty shaky. They only won versus Unknights, and then Nemesis and Vitality smushed them, and you need to put 3BL on the same spot here. They got 3-0 fashion, and I don't really wanna judge LCK on their current form and on what we're seeing from them, but I need you guys to just watch for this thing. Like, they need to find a way to explode, to get back into their main stats, to their heads. They need to start shooting shots. I believe with this team, aim lab is not the problem. With this team, it's more of a communication issue. It feels like they need to figure out where's the problems that we can see.
Yeah, There is no communication, in my opinion, as I mentioned, because this is not. I watch it at CK a lot. The guys are communicating, but the guys are not acting together. Like it's not Kiko thing, by the way, because some audience is gonna be saying, okay, it's maybe because they changed the roster. No, Kiko is not. He's not underperforming. It's the team themselves. They are underperforming as a unit, not as a players. Because Kiku, he has the most headshots, by the way, since yesterday. He's the guy. He's most consistent headshots. Like he's always hitting the heads and getting the kills for you. So now what you need to do is you need to kind of put this unit into together, put the pieces together. And if there's any chance that you need to put them together, then it's now. Because other than that, I don't get to see LCK on 6th place.
And no one really wants to see that. No one really does. And for Anubis roster, like we have seen it, Salty Muffin, Gainer, Dirty, and Doom. 5 players, fresh faces, doing wonders, I believe, versus Unknights yesterday. They had a really long run. They took them to full distance and they showed what they're made of. And one of the games that I really wanna have some highlights on, once they went to overtime and lost all the rounds on the first half, and then boom, vice versa, they just got into Super Saiyan mode and boom, winning rounds and taking heads. It was important to have this mentality, at least when you're playing in the playoffs. I don't know, it feels like to me that they're the most ready team for the lower bracket, more than LCK somehow.
Yeah, LCK, Anubis, the playstyle that they played yesterday, it's good, but only on the third and fourth map. Because the third map, talking about the firepower of Ankara, Muffin uses sometimes a rifle, or at least pushes with the team. Why we are always mentioning Muffin? Because Muffin is the flex player. It's not Dirty, the flex player. Dirty is the IGL and the flex player. Okay? So Muffin, when he uses rifle, he usually pushes and plays aggressive with the team, and he gets the kills. And also we've seen this on port when Muffin used also sometimes a rifle, and we've seen Gainer popping off, doing the 1v3, flipping the script, and going to get the kills. So now, in my opinion, I said it 1 or 2, 3 times. Muffin needs to flex sometimes, not always, because he's a very decent sniper, one of the best in the upcoming rising talents. I'm talking about him, Dirty, for example, Noxin, Omega. Talking about skills, of course, Salty. These are the newcomers that we've seen. Nextlon, Frabzy, Dam. He's one of the best newcomers into the West League. So flex him, use him more, and put him into such fights because they need to get this firepower.
I love that you're mentioning the firepower that Team Anubis didn't have for the most of the, I would say, phase 1, phase 2. They were not playing with Muffin as a flex player, and for yesterday we've seen him go for the ERB, he went for the, I don't know, I believe the HK and a lot of weapons, like he played 3 or 4 weapons yesterday, and it felt like that team is a lot different than the one that we have seen in the phase 1 and phase 2, and that shows that they were well prepared for the playoffs, and at the same time their strats are paying off. Muffin, even though that's his first time to play in the CF Open League, I'm sorry, not the Open League, the West League, he's performing and he's one of the top-notch players that you should be caring for, and he's definitely one of the key players. And of course I need to have some highlight over Gainer and King. I'm sorry, King is in the military, Dirty. On Dirty, of course, he's playing a sniper. He's currently the main or the core sniper for Anubis. If Muffin is flexing and he's having, I don't know, a lot of kills, a lot of things that he takes down, and at the same time he's IGLing, so he's making 2 or 3 man's effort at the same time.
Well, I want to just mention one thing, sorry, because Petro just messaged me and he corrects me. It's regular season standing for the losers. It's not accumulative, because I thought it's accumulative. For example, Nemesis, they had 7 wins, not 6. They have 7 wins, because I mentioned they have 6. They have 7 wins. And on Knights, they have 6. So if any of them lose, Nemesis will go to the match 8. Knights will drop. If they lose, Knights will drop to the match 5. That's if Nemesis lose. Okay, what if Nemesis wins? 3BL Galaxy will definitely drop to match 6 because they have the least wins. I thought it's going to be accumulative for like 3BL. They had 4 wins and they won yesterday, so it's 5. So no, it's not 5. It's based on regular group standings. Regular group standings. That means by the end of phase 2. I hope it's not accumulative.
Okay, that's something. It's pretty important for the playoffs, for the lower bracket, to have your chances up, and it might help some teams to get the best of other teams, of course, and we'll see how it goes. Like, we still didn't see what's gonna happen in the upper bracket semifinals, too. So like, before we hang on, let's not use our calculators now and not just like
Yeah.
step ahead of time and just wait until we see who is gonna do what. And we had like the face off with Spoxy and Muffin. But for me now, let's start just like breaking down the maps. Like, early on, we had Anubis on the caliber of they have only 2 snipers. They don't play a lot of maps that needs a lot of firepower, but now they have the flexibility to go either ways. So what's your take in this, Penguin?
Okay, you
After your
picked,
take on prediction, of course.
picked Anubis. Okay, so
The only guy
you're
who
chicken.
picked Anubis.
Okay, so you might be the only guy winning today. It's risk. Okay, so we're all going with the LCK. You're going with the Anubis. So as you said, it's a flex. And by the way, yes, I picked LCK, but that doesn't mean. But yesterday I picked LCK. I said it's 70-30 in favor of LCK. By the way, now it's not 70-30. It's 60-40 for in favor of LCK. Maybe if we see the what do you call it, the map V2. I can change my mind and say maybe it's Anubis, because we've seen a very good port from Anubis. We've seen a perfect Black Widow from Anubis, but they couldn't close it. Unfortunately, Unnights were better, and we mentioned that Unnights are very good on Black Widow and famous Petro, HDZ. The guys knows how to play Black Widow, so they have very good Black Widow in my opinion. They have very good port. Mexico is not that good. They usually ban some base. There is no new compound for Anubis, so the V2 is 50-50. It's flipping sideways because Anubis, they love to play new compound. It's not going to be here. LCK might need to play sub base because sub base. Yes, I know that was a very bad performance from them yesterday, but Anubis' sub base is not that good, but still they will not play it. So it's 50-50 for Nova V2. So now the predictions are actually everybody have equal chances, maybe mostly equal chances of getting it. However, in my opinion, LCK's experience and resilience should close the series today.
Of course, that's what matters for the games. And checking on the map, like I want not predictions, like how did they perform over the course of this season. You see that Ankara is one of the most played maps for Team Anubis and New Compound. But for New Compound, they have only 50% win rate, so that's a bit like, I don't know. It's not their best suit for this season. Like, other than this, they have a really good record. Sub base, of course, you mentioned it. None of the teams got a good record in sub base. Port Anubis didn't even play it once. New Mexico only one time, I believe, versus 3BL.
Yeah, by the way, it's Port Anubis didn't play it. This is the group's regular standings because Port was being played by Anubis yesterday and they won it. So it's only group regular standings. What we mean by regular standings, it's phase 1 and phase 2. They didn't play Port, but yesterday they played Port and they showed a very good performance. Yes, they almost lost it because I said that it was, let's say, it was Unknight's mistake of making this best of 5 harder for them because I thought that Unknights will close it faster. And the 1v3 from Gainer, if everybody remembers, it was an iconic. It was 8-6 in favor of Unknights. Then Gainer comes with the 1v3. He makes it even harder, and it's global risk side. So when you are on blacklist side, you need actually to get these rounds because if you don't get these rounds, you'll not get the chance to get these rounds again. So that's what happened yesterday. Now, what they need to do is close the games faster. LCK. They need to play good. They need to watch the games. I believe that they did watch the games from Anubis because they're going to be playing almost the same maps. We see Ankara, Anubis played very, very, very good and they pick it. We've seen Black Widow, Anubis also played good. Port, Anubis played it perfect. So kinda this V2 bias around Anubis a bit.
And like, I love that we have Eagle Eye in the mix here. Since we have both teams have like a core snipers, they have really good snipers for the league itself. So to watch those two teams play in this map is something that you will be waiting for. Of course, I think that guy is one of those snipers, Muffin. And For Anubis, I think they might drop the first game, like the first set on this best of 5. But at the same time, I like the map V2, and I can see something here that's always New Mexico in the last place. Like, no one, and I mean, no one wants to play New Mexico from our side. And guys, like for the internationals, we have a lot of guys in the Philippines playing New Mexico, and I've just witnessed some of their games. It's just magnificent. Also in Brazil, so you need to watch out internationally.
It's not only New Mexico that's gonna make our region a bit behind. It's also the way that we play the basic maps such as Port, Black Widow. Because I watched other teams, they're playing in a such different way. Maybe it's closer to how 3BL is playing, maybe how Vitality is playing, which is the aggressive playstyle, because that's 50-50 flip. If you're on point on your aim, you win. If you're not on point on your aim, you don't win, unless that's leaving the whole map for your team. However, looking at the V2, I was thinking about, okay, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye is actually one of the best maps for Anubis. So it's very tough V2 for LCK. I was just looking at, oh my god, if I'm LCK fan.
But it's good for LCK.
Yeah, it's good for LCK, but if I'm LCK fan, I would be like, oh my god, this is a good, very hot V2 for me, because Anubis just can play the first 3 maps, or maybe first 2 maps at least.
To be honest, I don't know why did Anubis ban Subbase, since it's not good for both teams. You can just like go for other maps, but at the same time, they have almost identical map pool. So I was lost in the track, but I believe our casters won't be. So to kick off our games tonight, we'll hit our casters for today.
Appreciate it, guys. Looking forward to getting this one underway. We had a marathon of an evening last night with, honestly, a really, really decent attempt at a reverse sweep coming through. On nights, still massively unconvincing. But on the flip side, so LCK, right, in this position, of course, of an upset. And I think you've got two sides to it. Is LCK playing a lot worse than we'd expect out from them, and Anubis playing a lot better than I expected. I really thought that United would kind of quite cleanly take their way through that series. So it does make it kind of interesting now when we look towards where we're standing, where if Anubis can find that sort of, that extra 10% that we had in yesterday's series, there's a real world here.
Yeah, I think kind of the two things are, LCK, we didn't really get to see the best of this team, and I think that they know that as well. Every time we checked in on like the POVs, they were very sort of frustrated, very dejected looking and whatnot. So, maybe a bit of tilt just set in super early for them, and hopefully that is something that they've just spent all their time kind of working on coming into the games today. But on the Anubis side of things, I think it was kind of more on the fact that they just had some very slow starts on a couple of maps, and they were constantly like on this back foot trying to string rounds together and just getting 2 or 3 shy in the end. So hopefully things have changed in that sense, but only time's going to tell really in this series. And yeah, I don't know, are we going to get more of the same? Are we going to get different versions of these teams? I think those really are the bigger questions. Like, are LCK going to have woken up today, or are they just super flat this week? Are they just having a really off few days?
A bad week.
Maybe there's something going on, behind the scenes. Like, we're going to find out, obviously, but I don't know. I think it could be a very, very different series than people might be expecting based on what we saw yesterday.
I think you're right. Either way, we are live. Let's get this series on the road here, of course. We're still in the best of 5s, but only the one series today. So no 1:30 a.m. finishes and whatnot. I mean, we're talking about last night. I think for Anubis, it was like, was it 2:30 their time, and the series itself ended, something along those lines?
I think
it was pretty late.
It's pretty crazy. Yeah.
Sorry, was it like 12:30 for us?
Very much so. Yeah, I think by the time we finished, and then maybe like 1 by the time it all wrapped, on
I can
stream
even
and
double
everything.
check what time that we said goodnight to each other at 1 a.m. So it was actually more like
there
3
you
a.m.
go, mate. There
3
you go.
a.m. for Anubis.
Yeah. Which is rough.
Yeah.
For sure. I think, you're going to be on a bit of a buzz having played the game. So can you get to bed immediately? Probably not.
Yep.
It's like, what do you do? Yeah, exactly. Are you going to like go straight to bed? Are you going to try and have a bit of a sort of post-mortem of the game? Are you going to save that for the morning? Are you going to wake up early in the morning? So there's all these kind of things that I think do actually come in to play. What do you want? More rest or more prep time sort of thing? You maybe don't have the option to do both, unfortunately. So, yeah, LCK, in that sense, bit of an advantage for them playing the earlier game yesterday. Not a lot of time left on this clock. Lion Claw going in for a late move here now. Really could be devastating, to be honest. The position that he's in, he does get traded quick. But they don't have a lot of time, and they've got a lot of ground to be gaining here.
Yeah. We saw this yesterday. It's something that, you know, I will kind of critique quite a lot from Anubis, and the same thing for Unknights. Like, they just play so slow comparatively to LCK. Like, 15 seconds now, so going back towards B. This is a little dicey, but they actually are going to squeeze out the plant here because Flex is going to give them the ability. He wants to kind of wait for the whole group to be here, but Salty, Dude both drop. Gainer will also follow suit as well, and the last man of Muffin, he can get them off the defuse. Just fight him, guys. There's 3 of you. Oh my god. In the end, they see it off, but don't like the way that LCK played that defuse. 1v3, and they're giving them 1 versus 1s because they're sticking the defuse regardless to get the round over the line.
Yeah, I mean, again, we obviously saw it yesterday, right? There's a lot of panicked moments and just some indecisiveness. And it is a question of whether they've been able to patch that or if it was just sort of purely mental. I think we kind of saw that, you know, when the coach was getting involved and everything. We were a little bit like, okay, clearly looking slightly frustrated and whatnot, but just trying to keep players in the right headspace. Seems like it will be important here, but massive upset, man. You know, it really is just going to be in the back of your mind, I think, for the rest of the playoff berth, as it were. So you have to be very, very careful now.
Yeah. Very right. Nothing dirty. Their way forward. It's Spoxy who gets caught in his favorite angle as Dirty and Muffin combine very, very well. Oh, LCK have overextended massively in this round.
Yeah, they have been punished for it as well. So looking good for Anubis to just kind of squeeze this one out. Nothing too deep required of them from here. Minute left on the clock. Kiko getting advanced. Oh, looking for a bit more, but Muffin clotheslines him. And a flawless response coming in from Anubis to get their first round.
A huge kind of statement round to put on the board as well, because it was, you know, that previous one was, there was a lot to be desired from it in the way it was kind of approached. That's a lot better. That's a lot more like it. And it is really down to just over-fighting from LCK. Like, it felt fundamentally sort of unnecessary. There we go. And with that being said, how much further can you build upon it, essentially, right? Can we now, for Anubis, start making a real run of things in this first half? Really set a bit of a tone. So a roll here, though. We know Anubis like to play things slow. This is a round in which I think maybe learning their lesson a bit. LCK just do not want to overface. They saw how it cost in that previous.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you're very early on here. Testing the water, as it were. Just to sort of see what you can get away with. And I suppose the answer will be not that much. Anubis really in the groove for this kind of style. Same as how they were playing yesterday, as were the Unknights. So, you know, they had a whole series of it. All 5 maps of just kind of hanging back, trying to catch off aggression. And looking for that opening pick, which Dirty's going to find here. Anubis going to be really good at that, I think. LCK, meanwhile, less patience to them. And they're on the opposite end of the spectrum. You know, they've been playing quite fast. Didn't really work for them yesterday, though. So maybe they will look to change things up. There's a re-aggress that comes through from Dezane. And you will spot that there's not really much presence over here. Kiko spamming away. Does manage to get one, but that B site totally open right now.
The aggressive move, when it works, it really works for LCK, but when it doesn't, it's obviously very similar to what we saw yesterday. This is a nice spot to be in, though, because you also look at where Lion Claw and Spoxy are so low. that it makes his retake super difficult. They're taking their sweet time as well as they're maneuvering forward. Spoxy still holding, nothing being given for him. Gainer goes looking, delivers alongside Salty, who also gets one of his own too. 3 versus 4 works really well for Anubis, and let's get out.
Flex gets aggressive, works out, lovely find. Lion Claw will go down around him, but they've got a lot of info and should be able to, at the very least, prepare for this. Anubis changing up the pace slightly. So they go charging up towards this B site, but going to be challenging, to say the least. They've gained a lot of ground, just all through their own smokes and things, right? So very unclear of what they really do have control of, but going to get that bomb down. Muffin just covering the flanks, really. This is a great move from him. He's in very, very deep. I don't think they will expect him here. I feel like they will be confident in their angles, and unfortunately, Muffin was indeed there. Flex is doing so well, though, to keep them in it. It's all going to be down to him in the end. Moves in quickly, isolates one. Can he get the next? Yes, he can. The pistol has just gone crazy from Flex. Man alive, that is an insane round from him. No help from anyone else, but he gets it all done by himself.
Yeah, that's it. 2 apiece. And maybe this is the kind of story, early doors being set in stone here, of this back and forth between these two. We saw it a lot yesterday for Anubis. Wasn't quite the same for LCK. They did get decimated in their series. But this is such a pacey round. And in a matter of moments, it's only Gainer left alive. And even that is only brief. Wow. That was a quick one to be had here. And for Anubis, a little bit shell-shocked by them.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it could be LCK just getting a feel for things and really picking it up. I think a lot of the conversation yesterday and into today is just how strong their individuals generally have looked in Phase 1. Flex going to go down early, though. Biting off a bit too much in this round, which maybe can't blame him. He has been pretty sharp in some of these rounds. But man advantage to Anubis it.
Where to from here? All goes quiet as we expect so often to say. Yeah, spotted. 30. I'll always deliver on freebies like that, as he was trying to play a bit of information, but at the cost of his life. It's only really Lion Claw who feels like he can make a difference in a round like this, in this 5 vs 3, just because of his advanced position. But this should be Anubis taking third on the board. I can't see them losing from a spot like this.
You would think so, yeah. Lion Claw's in a good spot if he goes overlooked. Unfortunately, he will get checked. And he will be dealt with. And they're headed towards B, so remaining 2 going to try and put up the best defense they possibly can. It's not really going to be good enough. Gainer in the lurking position leaves Spoxy with it all to do. Does get one, but no real impact. Big round for the blacklist side of Anubis, as they will look to keep those coming. Again, doing a really good job of just, yes, playing from the back foot, similar to yesterday, but they are able to just remain competitive.
Yeah, agreed. Again, though, this is the thing that LCK like to do from when they lose a round, is just go back in with a real pacey one to follow it up. Inside, though. C4 will get planted. 3 versus 2. The Zane's 1 foot in the grave as well. I just can't see this one really sticking.
Yeah. Would not have said so. Bomb pretty far gone as well. They just have so much ground and not a lot of time to recover it in. Not set up super cleanly here, but they're just able to use the numbers to their advantage. So Anubis going to take the lead, importantly now. LCK with pretty dangerous position to be in. Still not quite an acceptable scoreline, I think, out from their defensive side. So they're kind of looking to maybe get a couple more, but it could start spiraling here if they're not careful.
No, I think you're right. But we'll see. It's a slim lead. But either way, early bits of pop shots being taken behind the smokes. Nothing really to be found with them. Group up looks like they want to finish towards the A side. The only issue, of course, at any given time of going towards A is that you're generally facing against Foxy in this favoured spot. But let's see what they do. The same first of all. Kiko will also drop as well. And now it's all down to Foxy. There's the first. That C4 dropped. He's somehow still alive, at least for now. And actually on the cross, Flex will deliver one of his own. There might still be life here. They've actually flipped the script in this round.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Flex is going to be left so low, though. A lot of it's on Lion Claw, and he's really quite far away. They're leaving the C4 for now. I don't think they're quite aware how easy and ultimately just the only option for them is the plant. It's kind of bought some time for LCK to reposition, and now they're going to have surely totally lost track. Lion Claw in particular. They're actually moving away and opting to go B. So, you might call this an overcook in the book. Flex, though, does miss his little opportunity there to try and stop them crossing into B. So they will still get the C4 down and still in this 2 versus 2.
All right. Lion Claw waiting and hoping. Flex can find something from up on high, but not to be in this one. Start to make a move. Sub 20 seconds on that C4, and Doom playing up close on towards the door, ready to invite in pressure. There's the first. Lion Claw will fall, and the Cypher can see it off. Dirty. Fantastic work from him. And Anubis guarantee a lead now, which is a huge position to be in. They get a 60 half out of this, by the way. On this map specifically, which everyone knows is such a favour of LCK. That is massive.
Yeah. I think it really could be a great spot to be in. They've opened up in this round as well, Neo. So, yeah, it just looks like Anubis are starting to take over a little bit. Really finding a great game the past couple of days, which I think surprises a lot of people. But this is it, man. You know, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, I suppose. There's a lot more to lose.
Yeah, they do be saying that.
And Anubis, I mean, in a good spot, you know, in terms of, I think, just taking some of the LCK game away.
Yeah.
Their default is much slower. And look what happens, man. It's a good number of rounds that we just get 1 or 2 overfaces, really desperate for a kill, trying to be the hero, and you're just walking into crosshairs.
That's it. Anubis at 6-3 is looming here for them. And there it is again. They're trying to maybe slightly desperately bring things back favorably for them, but they're just giving fights over, and it's all on the shoulders now of course, the hero. Of, generally speaking, the top man for this side, but there's just no way in hell, no chance.
Yeah, not going to happen here. Big Spoxy. He is quite close to the action, to be fair. Might be able to isolate a couple of the duels, but I think that window is gone. And the flank is in. Gainer will take him down. And it is a really, really clean start for Anubis to gain like such a winnable lead, I think, to be honest. Like they absolutely should be able to go from here. LCK have got to turn the game around, and maybe a timeout, you know, going to be required to do that. They'll see how they kick off here into the second half, but if it doesn't go well, I think this one might be over quite quick.
I think you're right. I mean, to be frank, like, this first round of the second half could be the real difference maker. It doesn't start well either, right? Already, Muffin will open up proceedings, something that Anubis do a very good job at, which is just giving themselves these early advantages. LCK looking shaky, to say the least. You lose this round, you go 7-3 down. I don't think they have the chance to be able to recover back in towards this. They're going to need more shots like that as Flex will deliver.
What are their options now? They've got a lot of mid-control here. Dirty making sure not to mess that chance up. Big find from him. These cross-map angles, really valuable for the sniper players. And I think LCK have just immediately had the win taken out of them. They don't seem to know what to do from here. About a minute 10 left on that clock to get the bomb down. They try and pivot back. Like, it's just a bit of a mess. Dirty has read this through and through, but he does miss the shot. Only takes a little leg, though. He's going to survive another day. Salty around to try and pick up the pieces. Doom, meanwhile, more of an info-gathering position over here. Just trying to keep them at bay. We'll go down, so we just have to be a bit careful. Lionclaw finds himself all alone, however.
Another one which feels surely impossible. Yes, there's been damage on towards Dirty, but 35 seconds, just not got a lot of time, and he's also being flanked as well. Dirty, the low player, will see him off. And there it is, 7 now for Anubis, and those real worries for us are starting to set in. LCK, similarly towards yesterday's series, looking wholeheartedly uncompetitive. Lionclaw, just a slight tag. I think that was from the HE rather than the shot, but that would be a shot converter as Dirty opens up again, which he's done so many times in this map.
Yeah, he's been looking great. Gonna find himself another one as well.
13-5, wow.
Yeah, really looking fantastic. There was a bit of muffin yesterday, and I think maybe Dirty giving him a run for his money, as he finds a huge round. I believe 4 in the round itself, so just a massive one. Anubis edging ever closer, and LCK nowhere to be seen again.
Yeah,
there's something going on in the team house, so to speak, in the camp of LCK, because they are just capitulating game after game now.
Yeah, it's a bad weekend to be LCK, I think, is sort of the feeling at the moment. But
yeah,
opening with a pistol.
You see that from Flex?
Yeah.
Just kind of finds that kill and then a bit of like BM afterwards. So I think there's definitely some frustration.
You reckon it's just tilt, like?
Yeah, that's in the middle of the round as well. You know,
which is a crazy thing to do.
Shooting the dead body.
Because someone could so easily have rounded that corner.
Yeah, exactly. Curious, but they look good in this round. They do look good in this round. They've got a pretty hefty advantage to work from. Kiko taking matters into his own hands. We've got a nice flank here from Salty, but he's really going to have to go crazy. Does not happen. All down to Doom. So, LCK, first time in a long time we've seen them pick up a round. First in 5, I believe.
And kind of needs to be the first of many as well. We need some serious consistency out from them to start believing by any metrics. Just, you know, we've already discussed that. This road to recovery is monumental, but nothing. Proceedings, you highlighted his name as well. Dirty will dive in as he finds one. This is an unbelievable little combination. Look at the celebrations as well. Look at the reactions. Loving life, this Anubis side, and you just can't blame them. 9-4 now on your opponent's map pick. A real tone being set here. And now in 2 separate occasions where they've just been figured out. Like, people just know now how LCK like to approach Eagle Eye. It's no longer this pocket pick that's a guarantee.
Yeah, I suppose so. It's a question of whether it's going to be over here and now. Gainer not in a bad spot. He's only able to get one, though. Lots of damage done, but the kill's just not quite rolling in, unfortunately. Gainer goes down. Going to leave Muffin with it all to do. And he can't get it done. As soon as he sort of reveals himself, he is traded out. LCK surviving, but they're going to have to find quite a few rounds like that if they are to take us to the OT.
See. Fair to say we're gonna believe just yet. Dirty. I'll deliver. A shot from him. I guess though you always got to be a little careful when Spoxy's still alive. He's not being bad. He's definitely been kind of that highlight. Him and Flex, but Flex, of course, with him being dead, got a call from the grave. It's just the fact that you can make no mistakes now. You got to get 4 more in a row, and that's just to take us to OT. It's just surely too big an ask for an LCK side who have not looked good today, and of course were rough yesterday.
Looking a little better though on the Blacklist side, I feel.
Yeah, you control the tempo a little bit easier.
Yeah, right, and they are just playing really fast as well, which I think Anubis may be having to adjust to. Lots and lots of open fights, which I think, yeah, is maybe not what Anubis kind of conditioned for at the moment, but still lots of room to work with. Muffin in a good spot here, you know. Oh, man, spots that second. Lovely shot. Spoxy's going to be left. The 1 versus 1. Muffin's going for big reposition. Maybe hoping to, like, catch him, go into a different bomb site, but not going to be the case. Spoxy just keeps it simple here, and he's actually looking to play the pistol as well. Try and bring the fight to him. Spotted Muffin here. Moves back onto the sniper. Is he fast enough with it? Yes, he is. Saves them for now.
Still alive. Still kicking. But, at least for me, still not convinced. It's better, though. But I just think, from what we've seen as well, there's just more than enough individuals that can, at least on this Anubis side, deliver a decent multi-frag. Hoping it will come through, though, and it's, speak of one of those guys who can really make a difference, Muffin. Nice find. We spoke about him and Dirty be making a real difference over the last 2 days, and there's Muffin again.
Big opener. Could be worth its weight in gold here. What are the options for LCK? Oh, that was one of them. Wait for someone to walk into your angle. Spoxy unfortunately going to miss the opportunity. He's just taking a few repeats, hoping that there is another overface, but it's not going to be the case. They're going to go moving through the smoke here. And well, Doom tries to contest. It's Dirty. We maybe needed a bit more from, but still this opening kill is just making all of the difference. Salty in a great angle to keep them at bay. He's buying time for those rotations. They've opted to actually give some space up here. High angle from Gainer. He gets in the watchtower looking to try and take another one down. Not going to happen. I mean, they get the bomb planted. They're a man down. They're so
low.
Very low.
Yeah.
That's the big difference, and I just don't know if they can take this. We'll see what LCK have got in their back pocket.
It's just the fact that they're so low. That's the one thing that feels like it makes it so much harder. Zayn going to go for a bit of a move. Oh my god. Yeah, he dies. Terrible time to turn, unfortunately. And that'll be the case for Spoxy 2. Just like that, Anubis starts so well in towards this series. 10-6 on Eagle Eye. Their opponent's map pick. And what a way to begin as well. That's always about that LCK like to start a series with and like to try and give themselves an advantage with. And it's beautifully done. Beautifully done. Anubis looks so strong. And actually, I'm glad to see that essentially what we saw yesterday wasn't just a fluke.
No, that is true. That is true. I mean, they look very, very good in that first half. Maybe takes a bit of work to close it out, but they had like enough rounds to work with. But yeah, able to play their own style, ready for LCK and, able to counter them.
knowing that they like to lean on some individuals and whatnot. So, doing a really good job of making sure that they're sort of grouped. They've got trades set up and everything, like just really quite simple stuff to counter the overall strategy of LCK, which I suppose after watching yesterday and by this point is just going to be a little bit known to Anubis, and they're feeling confident. They're very warm to that first series. I'm sure it's a little tough for them. They knew that if only this goes our way, if only that goes our way, we might have taken the series. So just trying to bounce back from that is a lot of the job that they have to do in between that game and this game, and they've done very well to at least open up. I mean, we'll see if it continues.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's hard as well when you lose a series the way they did yesterday. Like, it is that one of those ones that can kind of keep you up at night. It's tough to really look back on as well, but I'm glad that it's not affected them at all. We're going to throw it back to the guys on the desk, but what a start for Anubis.
Yeah, it's a really good way to see that team didn't actually get affected by the loss by yesterday. Yeah, they went full distant, but some teams after this 5-game lose to just drop out and be like, man, we did everything and we lost. But the thing is, Anubis came back and they came back stronger, at least for the first map. Like, I don't want to go to conclusions that Anubis are gonna be winning versus LCK, but it looks like LCK are out of place. And remember, at one point like of the game, Flick's been just like, yeah, he killed Dirty, I believe, and then he just like started shooting him, started DMing him in the middle of the round. That was a bit weird, and man, like let's just like get back into how this thing started.
Well, this is casual. Flex, he's just joking around with the guys. However, looking at the performance cut out from the guys from LCK is just so weird for me, because I think that the guys are playing solos, like they are disconnected from each other, they are not playing together. There's a lot of miscommunications, a lot of misplays coming out from all the boys. Also the clutches went all in favor of Anubis. We've seen the 4v2 post plant in Incited, where when you know that everything is done for LCK, this is their own map pick, this is the map they picked and used to be one of the best on it, and nothing is working.
Yeah, it looked like nothing is working. And also, like, look at Anubis coordination. They play as a unit, like, especially when they were defending. You felt like, yeah, they're going for aggressive plays. They felt that they are more comfort on the round, on the game itself, though they start taking territory that it should not be belong to them, taking aggressive plays. And speaking of aggressive plays, you've just seen Muffin swinging in the air, making a double kill out of the blue. So that's something you gotta give it to Anubis, and at the same time they were at their best suit. Like, keep in mind, this is just only the first game, but to have Eagle Eye, the map that, like our caster said, that this is LCK's map, this is where bread and butter for LCK, like that's their hometown. To get humiliated in Eagle Eye, it felt so bad for them. And looking at the KDs, you have Dirty and Muffin, the sniper and the IGL, like both snipers is just 2.x KD. It's just insanity.
Yeah, that's the classic snipers on Eagle Eye. If you have very good snipers, if you have very good one sniper on Eagle Eye, you will play very good. And this is exactly what happened by Anubis. They have two good snipers and both of them performing. That's reflecting that Anubis went 10-6. However, we've seen Anubis doing the same that they used to do. LCK didn't adapt. Definitely LCK knew that what Anubis is doing. Only a few rounds we've seen Anubis trying to change. We've seen Muffin flexing one time. We've seen the same B focus from Anubis and then switching back to a side. It's all the same. It's all the things that we watched Anubis doing, especially on phase 2. However, now it's not working anymore that LCK counters the enemy team on the floor. One question also, we haven't seen LCK taking the tactical pause, I believe, maybe if I didn't miss anything, but I haven't seen LCK pulling the tactical pause, because if they did, maybe I just missed it. However, I believe that they didn't. And if they did, I haven't seen any single adaptation, because the only adaptation that I've seen from Team LCK they did is the pushing mid, and they pushed mid because the round before Muffin pushed along and he got 2 kills out of nowhere. So he started taking free space for himself, getting the picks and making the East team more comfortable in such ways when they are on blacklist sides. So instantly we've seen LCK pushing mid, LDZane getting the damage, doing the damage into the enemy team, and this was only the change that we've seen from LCK. However, Spoxy remained in his positions. He tried to play passively, and we've seen him missing some shots that he don't usually miss. So LCK are not in shape. LCK are not the LCK that used to be threatening everybody, even Vitality themselves.
So LCK are not in shape. Anubis are in their best form, I believe. Like, I've never seen aggressive Anubis, or like Anubis that's hungry for kills, for wins, more than this one, at least with the new players and everything, sort of like we have spoke of before on the stream. It looks like if we're kept on this base, if we stayed on the same track, we might see LCK drop out of the playoffs as the 6th place on the CFWL. That's gonna be the first time, I believe, in ages, almost 10 years since LCK or like those players got to this place. So a really bad luck, and it looks like the new generation is taking off the league, and we're seeing some talents prove that you need to have consistency, you need to have like the age factor is helping them a lot, and
Yeah,
at
exactly.
the same time, I don't know, it feels like the new generation is taking off the place.
I believe that LCK, the new generation, they are pressure free. They have no pressure at all, and everything is going out well for them. We've seen 3BL doing the same yesterday. We've seen Anubis doing this now. However, LCK, I'm pretty sure that they are pressured now. Maybe yesterday they weren't pressured. Even though if they're losing, they'll still know that they can come back. Okay, second map we can come back. Third, okay, it's an off day for us, guys. Let's focus next day, which is versus Anubis. Now first map went 10-6. It's one-sided map, for my opinion, for Anubis. Now they're pressured because it's only 2 maps away. One of them is Ankara, which is best map for Anubis. They need to get back on the track with this map. Otherwise, if it goes to Black Widow, if it goes to Port, I'm not sure that LCK can close this series if Anubis gets one more win, especially on Ankara.
For me, it looks like, yeah, they don't have their best maps, but at the same time, like, guys, we can just get another map from like the ranked games or like from the casual games to drop it here so you can win. I would say that, and it's pretty humiliating to say that on LCK. They are the big dogs. They were the core players that represented the CFWL in most of the international events. They went for a distant, of course, and CFS. I can't mention the last one. Like, yeah, they got knocked off after they didn't play the group stage. They got bypassed the group
Yeah, they
stage,
bypassed
but
to top 8. Yeah.
of course they got to top 8, so that's something still to count on. So the question for me will be for those players: is it this is the end, or like are we seeing just some hiccups or some ways for you to drop back, maybe trying to get back in season 2? You never know, since the whole split, or like the whole theory that we have, that you need to play internationally.
Yeah.
And if you got 6th place in the first split, like your chances are like, I don't know, like the sand, and I don't
You
know,
need to get first.
finding a sand to anywhere. Like, it's so hard. It's so hard to find a way to get internationally after this bad start. But hopefully it doesn't go to a 3-0 fashion like what happened yesterday. But to unfold this, we'll head to our casters.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing if there's any real kind of proper response coming through from LCK, because this is now, well, technically 4 maps in a row. Yesterday's 3 best of 5, but the 3 maps of that in towards that first one, but they just lackluster. They don't look anything like the side that we used to. Like, this is a side that, for at least a good kind of portion of the last few seasons, were the second best team in this region by kind of a fair decent margin over 3rd and 4th. And now they're non-existent. We're not seeing anything from them. We're not really seeing the side kind of show the real detail behind them. On the flip side, Anubis look fantastic.
Yeah, no, I think they've really, stepped up a game since yesterday, you might even argue, to be honest with you, like taking a lot of the lessons learned there, and just able to kind of play around their own game really, really well, which, again, we're hoping to see a bit more of that. But yeah, LCK, I don't know what to make of it necessarily. I think they had some nice rounds where they do get those individuals working, but just a lot of moments where it's like, you know, they would lose an opener, maybe just to some timing, or it's like the initial fight that they enjoy going for, and then someone else would try and pick up the pieces, and it's like, you know, you're kind of just scrambling and kind of making things worse. So yeah, there really has to be a mission around that to just sort of keep things in control. And it just seems like maybe we have a few members of the team that are not quite on the same page and everything, and you know, it maybe does go again to the fact of, like, you know, the boot camp and everything, and you know, just looking really, really comfortable together on the majority of the Anubis side.
Yeah, no, exactly that. And I think this is obviously something that just really feels like it's kind of killing this team at the moment. It really, for LCK, like, their mental seems like it's such a big factor, and it's obviously one of those things that's having such an effect on towards them. So I'll be interested to see now, like, when we're looking, you know, heading into towards map number 2, how things do change for them. Do we get a little bit more of kind of I guess more like tactical aggression, but I think it's just like a sign of confidence more than anything? Or are we still under a bit of pressure? Are we still actually struggling to really understand what we want to do as a team here? And with that being said, putting themselves on a really uncomfortable kind of back foot, trying to climb their way back into the series. Like, we saw like what happened with yesterday's series, where it didn't start well on their map pick, but you know, those things happen, and then they were just constantly playing catch up, trying to get into it, constantly trying to recover, which never really came to fruition. And that's the worry for me, that this is going to be the same thing here.
Yeah, I'd be in agreement. I think certainly could just get out of control, you know, very, very quickly here. And I don't know, maybe there is a little bit behind the scenes and whatnot. It does just feel like the whole energy of the team that is meant to be performing pretty well here is just completely off. And yeah, we didn't even get like a timeout on that map or anything, right? Like,
yeah, just let it play.
I feel like that's kind of egregious. And it's like we talked about early round in the second half, see how it goes. If it goes against you, let's get that timeout going. And they just kind of let the game happen to them, which is exactly what they did yesterday as well. So
yes,
yeah, really, really quite uncomfortable looking in a lot of different ways here for the LCK side.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. So we're definitely going to have to see with kind of this next map, which is hopefully starting soon. I'm, you know, judging by the fact that we've been having a little talk here, this makes me feel like we've actually got a bit of an issue.
Yeah. Kind of a latecomer on the other side of things, but yeah, just sort of looking to keep you guys updated. I think I did notice someone was a little missing on the old POV cams and everything, so hopefully not going to be waiting too long for this one, sir. But
there's no hands on
information.
No hands really on keyboards. It's just not a good sign.
But yeah, it can be a little bit difficult. Maybe a little bit of a technical issue in between here, just getting everyone in at the right time. We were under the impression that we were getting going on time, but just kind of the nature, unfortunately, once in a while of the game.
I'm seeing players struggling to join the lobby, so I'm going to preemptively say this might take a moment.
Yeah, fair enough. Might need a little bit of a restart and everything just to get the server up to scratch, as it were. Yeah, I do believe we might just have a little bit of a wait, unfortunately. So just going to have to try and patiently wait things out, you know, for this next map to get underway now.
Yeah, I think we're going to be throwing this one to a break, I'm pretty sure, because things are not ready yet. Players are having slight network issues to join in towards the lobby, so I think we are going to throw this one to a break. Hopefully only a small one, but sit tight. We'll see you soon.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Menacing not able to get any.
Oh my word, straight down through that smoke just makes it. Zane has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that tweak.
What it looks like, hopefully those issues are sorted and our game number 2 can get underway in just a moment. We had a couple of errors just getting players in towards the lobby. I think one crashed and a network error and all the rest. But hopefully Ankara starting in just a moment for this one. And I don't know, we still have these reservations about LCK. Are they actually up to scratch at the moment? Because they just look so off their game.
Yeah, I mean, kind of excited to get into it to just sort of ultimately find out and see what version of these teams we're going to continue getting and whether LCK, unfortunately, are just not up to par when it comes to, you know, the BO5s and the higher pressure games, really. So far, we've just not seen very much of them. I think the most amount of rounds we saw out of them was 7 yesterday, maybe, on like that third and final map. So, you know, really, really quite one-sided stuff throughout. As you said, that's now 4 maps that has been the case, and, you know, looking down the barrel of it being a 5th, what with this being, you know, the favourable Anubis pick. So it really is a little bit worrying for the side of LCK that they are again going to be looking a quick 3-0 if they just can't bring their game up to match off against Anubis here and give us some competition.
Yeah, you're spot on. It just feels like a side who ultimately are, I don't know, pretty checked out, LCK. Like, it just feels like we're not getting, like, the high-impact rounds from individuals who normally can step up. Like, we're getting an okay performance out of Spoxy, who's always just quite good, right? And then we're getting moments of flex there towards that first map, but we're not getting consistency across maps in general from him. And then, you know, Dezane, Lionclaw, Kiko, this kind of rifling core, who are meant to be kind of one of the scariest cores as well, aren't looking like it. Like, they're not doing really a hell of a lot. It's only the snipers that are setting its own here. And then to make matters worse, it's that on the flip side, the 2 snipers that we see come through here, I guess that kind of the more flex players in that sense of kind of dirty and muffin, are both looking even better. So this is the kind of problem that we've got at the moment. Your 2 best players are still being outshone by 2 players on towards Anubis. LCK, everything that could go wrong is going wrong at the moment, and that's the real worry I have.
Well, Dirty, the man of the hour, is going to open us up.
Starts the exact
Gets
same
that
way.
first blood. Yeah. Kind of a monster, to be honest, if he can continue his performance of that first map. But things here on Ankara start off pretty quick. A lot of flashes coming in, as they're maybe just sort of faking things out a bit towards B. It does seem to be working, though. They've drawn the attention of the entire team. Anubis going to have to figure this one out quickly, which I think they have, and they should be able to still bolster up A, but it's all a question of timing. Could certainly get caught off over here.
Yeah. What is the decision, actually? They're wrapping round, but I wasn't sure whether Kiko was going to dive through. He's going to get just drive-by cleared, and the same thing to be said for Flex. So it's all on Lionclaw now. In a 1 versus 5, absolutely no chance in hell for him and Cena. If he gets a consolation, that's about as good as it gets. What a way to start for Anubis. Honestly, they don't really break a sweat.
Yeah, I mean, same kind of reality, it would seem.
This is not. Is this attack?
I think this is a tech.
I'm gonna say, oh yeah, no one's talking. I'm gonna say first round attack is a wild Wild.
Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine?
Yeah, like
Would
guys,
really be a
what
sign
we
of dire
just
things.
spoke about. None of you did.
Yeah.
Speak about it again.
Yeah. But no, a little bit of a tech here, unfortunately. As again, we're just a bit touch and go in this matchup, it would seem. Or at least going on to this map. So hopefully I'm not going to be waiting too long, but it does seem like it might be a little plagued, which I think we're all aware of the fact, you know, could be a scary sign of things to come.
I remember like years ago, I can't remember exactly what the reason specifically was, but I had a bit of a wacky tech board that lasted like, it was like an hour and a bit or something. Like two years ago now in Wesley, and it was something to do with, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something to do with, like, I think it was one of the Egyptian teams, and it was like the internet had gone out in like either the city or like the country or something along those lines because of something to do with exams. I couldn't remember. It's like someone was trying to explain it to me once. I don't exactly know what happened, but yeah, we ended up waiting that entire time. That was that was a long one. No forfeit came through there. Yeah, I hate to say it. Anyway, it looks like we've got a bit of a tech pause again here, as we kind of mentioned. We don't know how long this is going to be, so for now, we're just going to throw it to a break and hope for the best.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
You have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard. Here you can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just thought that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, making a triple kill.
Someone holds the...
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Menacing not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
So, a bit of a tech delay that, of course, we have heard. It should be all done. It looked like LCK had a few internet issues. It seems like it's fixed and very rapidly in-game. There we go. That's exactly what we want to see. Back on the way, right on time, right on schedule. Yeah, it was just some small internet issues from LCK, but it looks like, at least for now, it's all fixed. And get the show back in the row, but it continues exactly the same as Muffin opens up proceedings. But Zane will get one of his own.
Yeah, those snipers from Anubis really been running rampant. I'm certainly feeling it coming into the second map. Feels like another key round. Set the tone as you kick things off. Oh, after the timeout. Salty. Got to be careful. Really not ready for this, but he still manages to kill. Kiko's there to trade it out. And he'll survive for now. Got a decision to make. Do I want to press the attack and try and find another kill, or do we just settle with what we have? And he will go for the latter, try and play things safe, keep this 3 versus 3 alive.
So got plenty of time as well to make a decision here, so they're not in a rush by any means. Kiko's taking a bit of damage, but bar that, a pretty even playing field. Where to from here, though? It's just slightly indecisive about the finishing mark off the back of now Kiko falling. You're kind of put into a spot where you just have to dive in and hope that you can overwhelm. We've already highlighted the snipers here, so surely if you're dirty in a position like this, you're going to have absolutely no issues. The spacing's a little off, the trading isn't there, and there wasn't the use of the flash on that corner, so it's just too simple for Dirty. Brilliant work, and Anubis continue their strong start.
Yeah, looking to, I suppose, keep it going, really. And we'll see if LCK have got any kind of response here. But this is Anubis at full strength, you might feel, on this map in particular. Got the pace to try and mount some aggression. It does not work out for them at all, and even Dirty is at threat. LCK, though, that discipline kicking in. We've seen a bit more of this from them already on this map, where in the past they would have gone for the heavy overfaces and, you know, the disrespectful chases and whatnot. I think they have maybe had this conversation in between maps. It's like, get those initial kills and keep them, and then go from there.
You kind of build a bit. Oh. I'm now on a 2 versus 5, and from a spot like this, by all metrics, should be absolutely unlosable. But 3 out of 5 are low, and then it's double snipers that already made. Here's a freebie. Muffin will take those. 2 versus 4, and it would be egregious for a team of LCK's caliber if they were to lose 2 versus 5, but now surely not. In a 1 versus 3 to 1 versus 2, yes, this is still uncomfortable, but it's also 50 seconds to work with. It's a lot of time for Muffin to isolate fights. They're going to sit together and go back towards the B side.
Yeah, and he's not really ahead of this, so they're going to have quite a lot of space and time to work with. We'll be able to get the bomb down quite easily. Muffin is kind of retracing their footsteps, though, and they might not expect that. However, he does just go down. Spoxy with a key find. Make sure you get it done. LCK going to be on the board in good time. Still Anubis looking strong for my money, and even that one feels a bit close in places considering how well it started.
It's far from convincing.
Yeah, they will get it.
Like a 2 versus 5 going down into a 1 versus 2 doesn't fill me with, you know, confidence that this is going to be an LCK side, you know, running the gauntlet here in towards this map. But I'm going to count them out just yet. If you can chain a few of these rounds together, especially in this first half, this is where I need to see LCK do, I think, a lot of their best work. I feel like Anubis, for me, love it when they're the ones kind of on the attack, right? They love being the ones to sort of be chasing them down and finding the gaps, and we saw them do it so well. In towards map number 1.
Flex.
So I feel like I want to see LCK get at least 4.
Yeah, for sure. Flex has managed to kind of creep in, though. I think he's in a pretty good spot to go from. He has been spotted. Manages to live to fight another day, though. Meanwhile, just a heavy contact up towards B here, and I think certainly could work for them. B defense is not as solidified, it feels like. A lot of it might come down to this position from Doom. He's quite close. Salty as well, but he's going to go down. Dangerous overfaces here. Dirty also falling. And another great spot for LCK to be in.
Yeah, now, again, like a 2 versus 5, it was made dangerously close, but on this one, I don't think we have too much faith in that being the case. Only the one casualty that comes through for LCK. They're very happy with that round, how it's put on the board to tie things up. For Muffin, there's just nothing he can do from a 1 versus 3. This is all but done. They know it, we know it, and it's seen off. Simple stuff. The second it goes down into that late post-plant, like 25 seconds, but Muffin's left all alone, and he's tagged and then known about, it's just a checkbox environment to see that round over the board, and that's exactly what they do. LCK, they know they don't need to really face, but if they do face, all 3 peak at the same time, and that's how it's seen off. Simple stuff. Multi-square.
Just spamming away with the sniper here. Nothing quite happening just yet, but LCK maybe with a newfound confidence, I think it's safe to say. We'll just look to keep things relatively safe, as LCK may be expecting some aggression as like a response from Anubis. Doesn't seem like it's coming, really. We do have Doom Getting quite advanced as he looks to maybe pull off a full-on lurk later on into the round. Going to be more of an A hit here as well. And Anubis have guessed a bit wrong. They put all their resources into B.
They've kind of gone for a bit of a gamble here, and it makes his retake. Well, this most likely retake, unless there's God's work from Gainer, makes it very dangerous. Gainer's got to get at least 2 for it here. He gets absolutely nothing. Shut down simply. And really not a lot to be expected. And Spoxy's there as an insurance policy to hold those rotations. The third going to be booked in place. Oh, in 30 seconds time, maybe even less, depending on how many shots Spoxy can hit. There's the first. There's the second as well. So sharp, so fast from him. And Flex will get into the party as well.
Yeah, all looking good as a flawless one for LCK comes round. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Anubis very quick with the timeout as they've fully lost control of this game, and it might just be getting out of hand, you know, like they're sure only a round down, but it's 3 in a row and really decisive rounds as well suddenly coming in from LCK. Anubis just have not had a single answer for quite a while.
Yeah. First time this series, you've really seen them sort of look and feel actually legitimately checked out. You see a little bit dejected as well. Muffin, every attack pause, he does like to get up and he goes somewhere. I don't know exactly know where, but he goes for a little wander. It might even just be like a toilet break, to be honest. But it's early in towards this second map, and it's already much more conclusive by LCK. They look a lot more like themselves, a lot more what we'd sort of expect of them as well.
Seems like the Anubis side as well. Maybe on a small disappearance. Okay, there we go. They are back.
All right,
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Just after, you know, an early tech pause, I was a little worried for a second there. But we are all good. But yeah, I don't know. What is kind of the change-up for them, really? I think they're a little panicked on the rotations. Maybe in the same way LCK were on map 1, playing a lot more of the open angles. Perhaps just need to lean on their setups a bit more. Try and get some crossfires going. Try and draw them into the bomb sites. They tend to be getting the bomb planted quite a lot anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think maybe playing more around that rather than trying to just win out straight up 1v1 duels.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right, but concluded now and about to be back underway. There we go. 3-2 LCK. Usually that they hold right now. Looking to add to it as well, and that'll start well with his aim, but Dirty gets involved.
Double kill.
Moving fast though. Flex going to find a double. Opens up the B site. They're actually looking to abandon that idea immediately and rotate back towards A. Still feels like it's in the balance here a little. I'm going to start digging on B as well. Gainer will discover that actually it was all a ruse. Only just a little bit in favor of LCK. The low HP for Flex is the thing that stands out. And Salty's here way ahead of time. It doesn't look like they're fully expecting him. Flex is clean with the trade. Gainer finds himself alone also on the flank, which Flex seems to be expecting here. Looking to try and find the headshot. Nearly gets the timing, not quite. But they know where Gainer is at now. And maybe just have to give him the respect, right? Because he could very quickly turn this into a doable 1 versus 1.
Langclaw just needs to be just ever so slightly careful. And he is. He double checks. Pretty huge, actually. Could look for a second there like it could have been a tad dicey. So, a round buffer. It's ever so slight, but it's generally a really nice position to be in for LCK and Anubis. Still massively unconvincing. And even off the back of their paws as well, which I think is probably the more damning thing.
Bit of a pace pickup here from LCK as they look to hit this A-bomb site. It's going to be very well defended from the Anubis side. So, could be a bloodbath here. Just a question of in which favour. Sniper going to get involved first. He does go down on the repeat. There's the crossfire, though. Really looks good here for Anubis. Flex coming in. And again, great work from him. There is some assistance, but he just really keeps those kills coming. Been such an important part of the LCK turnaround here. Retake again looks very doable for Anubis, but LCK just in such control, despite how good the setups might look.
Zane, he's waiting for the swing out rather than playing on the box site itself. It's a great idea because Doom will get caught, and the last one of Dirty, they know about it. Nate comes over, doesn't really do a lot. Swoxy swing. The sniper will deliver. 5-2 LCK have guaranteed the lead. Beautiful little spot for them to be in as Anubis still look and feel pretty checked out.
Yeah. Yeah, pip to the post in a few of the recent rounds, to be fair. I think they've certainly had moments where they could have come close. There was a couple there. Before the timeout, there was a couple where it was just like super dominant. They're never in the round at all. So, getting closer, but still obviously just not quite good enough. And LCK taking them a while, but it seems like indeed they have woken up into the series. It's a case now of whether they can hold on to this lead or if Anubis can close the gap before the turn of the half.
Oh. Initial kind of pop shots. They're not drawing any attention, at least for now. Much slower around by LCK. We know they don't mind throwing these in here and there. They're moving to like hotel control. Out towards bridge. Doom will get caught. Let's start there for an opener. Line claw, a bit of damage, sure, but the numbers advantage is massive.
Yeah, I would say so. Flex as well. Again, such a key player. He will be traded out. In a little bit of an awkward spot here, but they were ready for that flank. So all of a sudden, it's Dirty that finds himself alone. There was a brief moment, 4v3, flank coming in. Could have got a bit crazy, but it just isn't the case. And so Dirty, who is a little too far away from the action, is left to do it all by himself. Looking for an angle, looking for an overstep, but they're just aware of it. You can kind of see not crossing that threshold towards the fence, and indeed, we'll just play around the bomb here.
Same way again, Design up and towards the stairs, but waiting for that swing out Dirty. Even on the left-hand side, he does get one, but it's that angle. It's so difficult to clear. 6-2. They are running away with this first half. And I just think for this Anubis side, no more pauses as well. You can just see real desperation creeping in towards these kind of rounds. Even like their plays, like for example, that move from Muffin. And even that one from Gainer. They're trying to make something work, but they don't have anything to fall back on.
Yeah, not looking good. Might start to talk about this map being over before it's ever really begun for Anubis. And LCK finally able to show us what we've kind of been expecting for the past couple of days. Really getting dominant. And winning out a lot of those kind of crossroad moments within a round. We have had a few rounds, to be fair, where it's like Anubis have got someone in a good spot, or if only they get one more kill from here. But unfortunately, it has just not been the case on this particular map. And LCK looking much more convincing.
Yeah, man. It's such a good performance from LCK thus far. Anubis look, as we've been saying, they feel very checked out at the moment, and it's a real worry that we have that if LCK, if they found this first round of the half, I just feel like they probably run away with the map, and you know, credit to them, it kind of resets things. We were talking about it a little bit, saying that potentially there's like a position of where for LCK, like it's going to be finally them properly waking up in towards this game. And finally actually feeling the pressure that is necessary for them, knowing that their tournament life is on the line. At 7-2 half, it feels like this is the LCK that we've come to know over the last couple of seasons, and even in the regular season as well.
Yeah, looking to take things quickly here. Start the conversation about Black Widow in the next couple of rounds if things keep going in their favor. Anubis, though, with a switch up. Is it too steep of a hill to climb? I suppose that's the question that they have to answer for us, really. Start off a little slower here. I think tension, particularly for the Anubis side, you know, when things are even, we often see the start of a half, they're just charging at each other. Trying to find those openers. Spoxy will do just that. Lovely little right eye, man, as he gets it going. Fantastic find from him.
Spoxy just got a pixel angle to work with. Re-smoke as well, that comes through. Need to work with Anubis. Haven't really made too much of the decision. We know they're playing very slow, but surely a bit of pace will come through when you're quite desperate to bring the numbers back. They're actually going to cancel. They were looking for hotel control, and they're going to pull away. Like, pulling away with 40 seconds that's a huge call.
Yeah. Kind of just goes to show that I think they're really not in the right headspace for this. Oh man, Dezane as well, coming in from the side with the perfect timing. They do lose control of the site itself, but they are a man down. They are looking worse for wear. Flex was holding, but not able to find that kill. Bomb goes down. And pretty important here, it feels like. LCK in the stronger position in my mind, but quite far away, a little disjointed. Bits of information for Anubis coming in as they try and take some long-range fights. Not happening just yet, but the gap's starting to close. And they will look to mount this retake, and they will do it well. It's all going to be on Gainer here, and he's just overwhelmed in the end. It's a little close on the bomb, but ultimately they are going to get it done, and LCK in a great spot.
They're so close now to seeing this off. They've got such a wealth of a lead. Anubis, they're so checked out. And it might even be kind of a thing for them where it feels like this map is a write-off. Maybe you just ever so slightly save the mental a little bit. They're not really offering up any sort of a fight here.
Spoxy, how's he gotten into this spot? Just waiting for his moment to strike. He does lose a teammate in the meantime. So it's just an even trade, not perfect. looking to try and work off the back of that, but Anubis, what are they going to go for? Just a quick burst out on towards A here. Gainer to entry onto 1. Zane try and buy some time ultimately, and he's doing just that, playing pretty safe, finding the headshots. In the meantime, he just cannot miss, eventually taken, but leaves it in a 2 versus 1. Muffin as well with no C4 and no real information to work off of, has a tall task ahead of him.
Okay. It's just recovering the C4 first and foremost. That's the big one here, but I just can't see Muffin really having any sort of a chance, and he's now been spotted as well, so that makes it all the more difficult. Muffin going to go for event play. They've swapped positions as well. Now, this for me feels kind of odd. Like, I like that they're sticking together, but they've given him the C4 and the A site. Not that he's really going to do anything with it at the moment, but it's just there for the taking. I don't really get why they've done this. They've just given him the site and the bomb, and now have to play retake.
Yeah, weird guessing game for sure.
Like, why not just stand still?
Muffin can't get anything done. Quick, with the pistol out. Yeah, he's going to find the 1v2. You're right to question it. You are right to question it.
I'm just being frank. Like, what are they doing?
Yeah, no, for sure, man.
You spotted him. You got the bomb down and the site. Where are you going? Just stand still. Yeah. Spoxy just shot at him. Why have we ran away? I don't know. That's so baffling.
Yeah, it's a bit strange. It is a bit strange. It's a lot strange, to be fair. Now they've lost the opener in this one, so just got to be careful. I think it'll be an insane comeback, but still not quite over the line just yet, is it? And we've got overfaces coming in. We've got quick shots from Muffin. Just be very careful here, fellas. A dominant follow-up from Anubis is on the cards. Kiko, heroic performance going to be required, and I don't think that he will be able to really do that. Dirty's out on A. He's about to tell them that A is clear if they want to play it super safe, but I think they'll just allow him to scale up into a full flank. And he should get this final kill in the moments to come. Okay, I spoke too soon. Kiko is kind of aware that maybe there's something coming from the backside, but now they know where he's at the very least, right? They can play around that.
Kiko. Around in the corner. Catches Gainer on bridge. Got a flash as well. Try and send himself in, but easier said than done. Nothing will see it off. Another on the board for Anubis, who are chipping away at this lead. Game could be all but done now if it wasn't for that throw, but now the door's ever so slightly opening for Anubis.
Anubis looking to, once again, I think, play a bit of a heavier burst, a bit more of an aggressive style here. And the flashes will come in. Gainer finds the entry. Still a lot of presence on A, though. The global risk side just trying to hold these angles. It's not going to work out. Despite having 3 on A, they have been overwhelmed. Flex on the backside. I think going to be spotted in just a moment here. Yeah, they were ready for him. And so, Spoxy remains as the only player. They're vaguely aware of his position. Anubis are doing it. They're closing this gap really, really fast. And some very, very dominant rounds coming in there. Like, LCK have got to be careful.
Some really deserved rounds. I mean, hence why they're calling for this timeout now. Let's see, but yeah, it really feels like it's slipping away at a rapid, rapid pace. And this would kind of be prime LCK You know, we were really uninspired by them yesterday. That first map didn't offer up loads. And now look at where we are. You got a pause coming through. You got a real worry to be had. And Anubis just feel like they've found a bit of a refound confidence at the moment.
Yeah, I think there's certainly, you know, a degree of that coming into play. There really is. And LCK at least are aware of it, that it's like, okay, we just have to watch ourselves and, you know, have to watch a bit of our own level of confidence in some of the peaks and whatnot. Yeah, so just got to be very, very careful in these next few rounds. I'm glad they're aware of that, but that still doesn't remove the fact that, you know, they might have let this come a little too close already. You know, it just needs to be super, super difficult for Anubis to find these following rounds. Not sure what LCK are necessarily going to change about it. Setups look good, but just not able to, you know, get those initial shots and whatnot. Maybe try and pull off a bit of aggression themselves, just disrupt things ever so slightly, not too much, right? It's all about the balance, and I think that's something that, you know, these teams really do struggle with, is like the balance of when to get aggressive and when to pull back and how to flip the switch on those two things within a round, you know? It's kind of just one approach or the other.
Yeah.
So we'll see what it looks like here.
Well, timeout done. And vibes seem good for Anubis. A couple of chuckles. So we're about to get back underway as they're at least feeling like they're in a bit more of a comfortable position with how these last couple of rounds have gone. If it's a slight throw into a really confident one just then. Here we go. 8-5.
Big rounds on the way, to be honest with you. Anubis really does feel like they could keep compounding things here and just turn things in their favor. I think this round after the timeout is going to be very, very telling, you know, of LCK figured anything out. Is it more of like a mental reset for them? Just try and keep that head in the game, so to speak. But yeah, it's going to be tough to tell. I like this from Anubis. Heavy contact, going for an area that they've not really attacked very often. Still going to be tough up the ramp, I think, to get anything going. Taking a little pivot, in fact. They will try and just overwhelm this B bomb site. Again, setup-wise, it looks pretty scary. Spoxy at the backside does get overwhelmed, and it's Gainer lurking around. There's another as well in the form of Muffin to just be a bit annoying here. They are losing a couple of members, but like I say, just the lurking presence is far too strong. And Anubis will just be getting it done. Dezane jumps into 2. No chance he gets away with that. And they will keep the rounds coming. Just to the gap now. This is really scary for LCK.
And also the fact that it's straight off the back of LCK's timeout.
Yep.
There's nothing changes, right? I'm alive. How quickly LCK are slipping up here. Flexing to the side of the smoke in towards Hotel. We'll drop a nade, which does damage to 3. They're going to dive out, Lion Claw first to fall, and Flex will also hit the deck. Uh-oh. It could be a lead being chipped down to 1 at this rate. I think Spoxy might have just been seen there. Muffin, tunnel vision in. Oh, he reacts well. Pistol pulled out. Here's a second. And the third Muffin. That is miraculous from him. And you can see the reaction. What a round from Anubis.
Yeah, feeling it. Definitely feeling it. I think, you know, Anubis in a comfortable spot. We're still very early on in the series, right? So this is one of those cases where I think they've taken the time out and just try and get it together, see how things go. But you don't have to really put your heart and soul into every single moment, right? I think they're kind of just playing it patiently. And maybe by loosening up a little bit as well, playing with less pressure and stress and kind of tightness in the movements, they have started performing better. Simple calls and just sort of going along with that. Nothing too fancy, and it really is working. Within itself, this is a great gap close. So I think they'll be very, very happy with the way that things have gone. But now you're at a point where it's like, okay, we can actually take this. Let's see that over the line. The script gets flipped in your favor. You suddenly are the team that we expect more from. And this burst out on towards A. It's been tried a couple of times to great success, but in this round, less so. Dirty going to be spammed down. It's all on to Muffin all of a sudden. And LCK, the boon that they had been just absolutely desperate for, comes in the nick of time.
And Swoxy sees it for last. Yeah, that's it. It just felt like they've been losing kind of a handle on this game, and finally, map point seen over for them from a really uncomfortable last few. A lot of the pressures. I like the idea here by Spoxy because he's sharp enough to hit shots like that. A quick trade will come through from Muffin on the re-swing back in as he continues to have a fantastic showing. Smoke down for the cross. There's 3 players here from LCK who are looking to dive through. This is so risky from them as Flex and Dezane both take damage, and they behind it too. Gainer will deliver on towards Lionclaw while all of this was going on. Numbers favor Anubis. Just barely, as Gainer's only just alive. Okay.
Big Fine, not quite securing the site just yet. Kiko is around in good time. It's going to be hard to get back in, and I think he knows that. Player right around this corner as well is just going to be his worst nightmare. I think he's trying to draw as much attention as he possibly can. Dezane looking to come in from behind. And to be fair, he's got 3 players looking at him. Oh, he does find a really quick flick. Dezane, no, struggling to make it in, unfortunately. So the plan comes to an end. Kiko, he gets 2, but he has no support in that. And Anubis keeping it alive here, looking down the barrel of that overtime.
1-round game. OT is absolutely a possibility. LCK, where have they gone? We've asked this plenty of times towards yesterday's series, but we're asking it again here. Anubis are feeling so comfortable. There you go, nade over. No slight damage on towards Kiko, nothing too nade there.
Yeah, nothing too crazy just yet. A really tense round, I think. LCK in particular, just what a heartbreak it would be. 7-2 they were. So the fact it's even come this close, I think, is quite a shock. Anubis, just one more round for them. Also, potential heartbreak on the cards as they've had such a great comeback here. Dirty to find the first. He breaks the silence of almost 2 minutes. And he will get it going. They're looking to try and find a response with some late round aggression out from the B-bomb site. Could be game-changing here. Uh-oh. Can he get that one? Looking to hold this area. Lionclaw around the corner. Doom expecting him. Not loads of time left. It looks like that bomb does want to go towards B, so a pretty pivotal position right here.
Okay, Lionclaw. Great move. Catches Doom. Brings the numbers back in favour of LCK, but it could be only for a brief moment as Muffin's made a move. With that, rotations are coming through. Spoxy is under pressure. Dirty trying to sell a bit of a ruse. Muffin, easy getting behind. Kiko. Oi, 180s. Muffin whiffs. A hard whiff from him, and as Dirty also falls. Now, surely it's all done. Gain of the last man. He just not got the time. It doesn't matter. LCK are going to see it off by virtue of the clock. And that's the worst kind of way to not only lose a round, but lose a map just by running out of time. But credit to LCK, they take map number 2.
Yeah. I mean, certainly stressful, man. Certainly stressful, which I think is, you know, a really difficult one for them to deal with. But they do get it over the line. I feel like, you know, the reset coming in, everything would have been in favor of Anubis if it had gone to that OT. But yeah, an absolutely wild ride to say the least there on that map. And, you know, Anubis do such a good job of closing the gap. Now they'll have a little bit of mental to bounce back from that we've been talking about within this series, but ultimately a wild map and just a great showing from both of those teams. But of course, that is going to be it for that map. We are back to the desk for the breakdown.
Definitely a wild map, and at the same time it was pretty chaotic when it comes to the second half. You see Anubis running down the hill after losing 72 at the first half and just like grinding, taking small inch by inch, trying to get closer to of course LCK, but at the end, like, LCK won by time. That's the weirdest way to lose in a map.
Well, in my heart, Anubis won this map, or maybe at least we're in overtime now, because Muffin, that round, the last round, he was behind both the players alive from LCK. Muffin was behind both, and he missed.
That was
both,
bad.
And he couldn't. Yeah, he couldn't hit the shot. It's very sad for him, because if he look at the game again, and if Anubis gets knocked out,
yeah, you need to give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, that guy, he was the reason that they got this far.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's the thing, but I believe that it might affect him, but I hope it's not, because I thought, okay, then Muffin sealed it, let's go, we are going to overtime, and then suddenly, no, Muffin didn't hit his shots with the USP, and Kiko just turns and kills him. Any other things that we've seen a very good, perfect first half from LCK. They started playing as a team. They played a basic game. They played very simple basic game, just push aside, push beside. Push aside, push beside. That's it. They are not going for picks. They're not going for individual kills, because I believe that their individual skills right now is kind of shaky based on the performance. So they relied on their teamwork better, and they bet on the teamwork. Actually, 7-2 in the first half, and then Anubis with the mental resilience. These guys, they never die. You cannot exclude them at all. They still came back, and as I said, I would love to see Anubis getting onto the overtime, because I believe that Anubis, if they got into the overtime, they would have won it. But that's it for them. It's 1-1, and Anubis didn't lose in a harsh way, because I saw 7-2. Then it might be one-sided, maybe 10-3, 10-4 close, but it's 10-8. A very good job by Anubis.
Yeah, and looking at the replays, you would see that Muffin is the guy who actually fired up the comeback while they were 18-2. He's just like, yeah guys, in this 2v1, and it was actually a 3v1. He just did an unstoppable clutch, stopped LCK from hitting to the match point, and it went so on. And at the same time, it looked like Anubis are having a really good times. That A executions are going splitted way. I believe 3-2 at some points, and the other time it was 4-1, going from the same place, holding all the angles and making the 1s and 2s. It felt like Anubis, they finally found the way to get back into the game. And also look at the KDs, like no one, and I mean no one, is matching Muffin. The rest of the entire scoreboard is just like 1.7 to this A, of course Flex 1.18, but Muffin 2.80. That's 18. I'm sorry. Sometimes
He's gonna blame himself still. That's what I want to say. That he's still gonna blame himself for those sounds. I hope he's not, because as you mentioned, he's not one of the reasons Anubis is here. He's the reason Anubis is here. It's not one of them. The team is one of them. Muffin is the main reason for Anubis to be in such position. In my opinion, if Muffin just perform for 1 or 2 maps in the upcoming next maps, I will believe that Anubis will fall down. So it's only this guy who's consistent in the team. Even Dirty, we've seen him doing very good job on the first map, but now he's 0.6. And you do not need Dirty to frag. He's your IGL. You need him to give you the best calls, as he did on the Blacklist side, because we've seen how good and solid his strong calls is. Actually beating Flex, one of the best and most experienced IGLs in our region, maybe after Petro, and you still beat him with such experience you have. That's very good job by Dirty. So that's why I'm saying that you don't need Dirty always to be on the scoreboard, but you will need Muffin to be consistent, and he's delivering.
Yeah, of course you need Muffin, you need Salty, you need the other guys to step in. Doom, as a matter of fact, Gainer is doing some shaky performance here and there, but like he's getting some important kills, so you can just put a lot of weight on him. But as a unit, Anubis themselves, they need some time, they need to just unleash the power that they have. Like, you're playing with a I would say with this soul, with this spirit, you would expect much more from them. And to be honest, even though that LCK won this game, like mentally, I would say mentally, that it feels like Anubis are in the right foot on this track, of course.
Yeah, they are on the right foot. They did very good job. 7-2. It didn't affect their mental, and they still came back. And this is a good thing to start the third map. You wouldn't love to go to the third map while you're losing 10-2 or 10-3 to the last map. You lost it 10-8, and the enemy team just pushed everything to win this map. And it was one player mistake that made LCK closes the map. And I believe that Anubis will not try to do such mistakes again.
Of course, mistakes happens, we're all humans after all, but before we get to game 3, guys, we'll head to a small break, so grab your popcorn, stay hydrated, and wait for this game to get on the show.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The
Menacing, not able to get any.
Oh my word, straight down through that smoke, just makes it. Zane has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor, very scared going for that quick.
And we're back. It seems like we're shaking hands. When it comes to picking the map, like you pick the map, you lose it. That might been the case for this series, but for the third map, hopefully we don't see the same thing. And for you, Penguin, looking at what happened in the first two maps, what's your take on the upcoming one?
It's a Black Widow, I remember. Yeah, it's Black Widow and Anubis gonna be starting. It's picks by LCK, so Anubis is gonna be starting on the Blacklist side. That's good. That's good signs for Anubis. That's why I'm saying that Anubis, yes, they lost Ankara, but they lost it in a good way. Like they didn't get stomped in Ankara because 7-2, it's about to get you're about to get stomped. But that's not the case. You came back, you played better, you actually have almost won the map. So this is good momentum, motivation, and maybe a good signs for you when you're going to Black Widow, because we've seen a very good strong performance come out from them on Black Widow. Maybe they lost Black Widow yesterday because Petru was just crazy, killing everybody on Cat, clutching. Famous had a very good round, 2v4 from on Knights. The mistakes that you don't usually see from Anubis, which is the clutch rounds. Right now, if they just focus on the clutch rounds, I believe that Anubis can still win the second map. Yeah, it's Black Widow, it's one of the best for LCK, but Eagle Eye also was one of the best for LCK, and that's the case today.
You love to see the new generation playing versus our veterans here on, of course, the playoffs. You're seeing the new faces trying to challenge the old ones on their own maps, and that's the case for Anubis versus LCK. And to head to our third game, we'll go to our casters and see how it goes.
Looking forward to getting this one underway, right down to the wire there in that Ankara. But we get back underway now. Map number 3 in just a second, all tied square. So first and foremost, positives to be had for LCK that they actually can just get a win on the board, right? Didn't see it yesterday. We were kind of worried that it might be more of the same. And honestly, Anubis are making a fairly decent run of things right at the tail end of that map. It nearly opened that door back up. But LCK, sigh of relief, they see it over the line, despite an earlier squandered round. And now they need to continue, use this map under their belt as a catalyst to further success.
Yeah, I mean, still lacking a little bit in places. You know, it came so very close there. I think there's a world in which they are a bit lucky, and a lot of it does come down to that muffin moment, you know, in from behind and missing shots and whatnot. So, you know, it really could have been in overtime, should have been in overtime, you know, I think is the way that we're all kind of leaning here, us and the panel a little bit. But it's not the case. That's the nature of, you know, competitive games and whatnot. It can happen, and obviously the pressure just getting to the Anubis guys right at the tail end, where they were in a very, very good spot. I think when it goes to 8-8 as well, you know, they were kind of struggling a little bit to find that next round and whatnot, and running out of time, if you remember, you know, so just really, really quite awkward in the end to finish things off. But I think that certainly they have the capability and still showed that they can be a really formidable team even when they're playing from behind. So Anubis, I think, maybe their own worst enemies. If they'd only done a little bit more in that first half as well, you know, a pretty unacceptable scoreline of 7-2, then it really could have been a different story. So LCK, yes, they get the map, and it's good to see that they can do that, but I think there's still a lot to prove here.
Yes, exactly. I think the way you put it, like Anubis being their own worst enemies, I do think that's absolutely spot on. And they learned the lesson from that prior. So shaky, but this is a map in which we've seen really solid performances from Anubis on, in particular. Gainer likes playing in with Doom as well in towards the box room. That's a pretty standard angle for them that worked super well in that game yesterday. And they were very good at kind of picking and choosing their time to go for these slightly more aggressive plays and go for information. Despite the loss on it, I did like what I saw from Anubis here on this map. And it was a golden run loss as well.
Yeah.
And they gamble called that golden round, which ended up costing them, right? But if it wasn't for that, everything else was really kind of nice.
Yeah, I think they do have it within them, and hopefully they've taken a lot of lessons. Unfortunately, going to start a little rough here. Muffin with a nice shot, though. Might just have opened things back up a bit more. C4 is not with them, and Doom going to go down. So Muffin's adventures, unfortunately, are being kind of nullified here. And maybe they get that C4 down, but at the end of the day, we're looking for this first round. And even with a pretty heavy lack of time, they're just giving a lot of respect across to Muffin, in particular, who's got this sniper in a good spot to just pick off another couple players if they overface. So really good stuff from LCK here. I understand that they are in a good spot. However, as the bomb starts going down, they maybe rush in a bit too quickly. Dirty left to do it all. There's hardly any time to get it done. Oh, and he misses out the opportunity to Zayn, just survives. That is wild. I mean, maybe just not quite spotting him. He held off on the shots for a second. I don't know. I don't know, but that is crazy lucky for LCK.
It is. It really is. It does feel right down to that wire. It could have swung the other way. I mean, credit to Anubis, who actually looked pretty checked out that round. You know, when they get left onto just two players, it looks like they've got nothing really to fall back on. They do kind of well. It's actually a nade that opens things up. It catches to Zayn, the man who got the double to kickstart the round, but Flex has found one. Gainer will respond. There's back and forth in this one, but advantage Anubis.
Yeah, looks to be a good spot if they can hold on to it. If they can turn things up here. But they've found their initial advantage and looking to just kind of hold the line for a little bit. Slow build up. As they'll try and work their way in towards the A site. Some aggression coming in, though, from the LCK side. They're going to gain a lot of information, and A has sort of been forgotten about. Picked up the C4, and actually trying to pivot back to this B. Lion Claw in an advanced position, but loses his head. Great check from Dirty. I think with that, they start to solidify the round. Yes, the remaining defenders are going to be here in pretty good time, but don't necessarily see it happening. Too many numbers to get through, really. They know about Spoxy now. That should be all she wrote.
Yeah, I think you're right. It should be a pretty simple one. Nice shot, at the very least. They just got to make sure they play together. They still haven't got that C4 down, but they're trading here, and they will in the end. Nice work. Seen off, and a response to tie this one up immediately. These two sides, of course, that trading of blows that we've seen so commonly already in this series. Again, to start Black Widow. I'd actually make the argument I would probably favor Anubis here on this map, just judging on how good they were yesterday. I was really impressed with a lot of rounds they kind of were able to get on the board, even despite overall losing. LCK, obviously their moments have been really shaky, which makes me somewhat unconvinced. We're diving through here, and it might work quite nicely for them. Flex, seen off brilliantly by the HE. 4v3.
Anubis looking to solidify yet another great position. And with a frag like that, I think they might just do it. Dirty in a great spot here to just fully keep them at bay. Keep checking between these angles. Lion Claw spotted out and finished. He tries to get away. Not going to happen for him. So, Anubis with two really nice rounds. to just give them some momentum here in the early game.
Anubis, they do look quite aggro. Nice pace behind some of these rounds as well. Look at I said they like a little tempo change. That was a real step up in the pace as they just dive through. It's that nade as well that goes on towards the backside on flex. Fantastic spot for them. With that being said, quite an interesting position we find ourselves in where LCK left a little shell shot, even in the start of this round as well, losing that numbers advantage. Then Anubis go for a freeze call. That's a bit of a change up.
Yeah, fully frozen right at the back of the map here.
Yeah, in spawn.
Yeah, as far back as you can possibly get. So really just talking things over before they get moving. Perhaps expecting an LCK response. Normally around this minute mark, that a lot of teams on the Global Risk side like to just try and get a bit aggressive.
Yeah.
But nothing coming at the moment, so they will replenish some of their utility. And again, move towards B, where they've been having a lot of success.
Dirty. Fine from him. They capitalize upon it as well as they continue to pile on the pressure towards LCK, and Muffin's got something to say about it. Nice work. As he dives through and leaves it all on Kiko. No chance in hell, and it ends up being a flawless one for Anubis, no less. So not only the round one, but they do it in style. LCK sort of left scratching their head, but these last few rounds have been really, really nice for Anubis.
See if they can keep it going. Bit more forward facing here in this round. We got a bit of presence out towards the A-long as well. Just a 1-for-1 over there. Meanwhile, headed towards B again. You know, they try and look for an early pickup. Maybe there's a response from LCK of some kind, but no. LCK still just playing these safer styles. Dirty will find the opener, though, on the long-range angle. Just keeps him coming. A great game he's been having alongside Muffin. So again, it's the two sniper-based players that are really, really doing well.
Yeah, agreed. That freeze up as well is something Anubis threw in that last round. Found the advantage. And then wait to see what the reaction looks like.
Shots!
This is diving forward as Doom, Muffin all combining, and the trades are so positive. Only a couple of casualties that come through for Anubis. Fantastic work, and 4-1. I'd make the argument, you know, even like one more round for Anubis, I'd be tempted to call a pause here from LCK.
It is true. And this one started off well. But yeah, very, very quickly getting out of hand. Really quite wild to see. I mean, Anubis, though, with a great response. Pretty difficult loss to stomach in the previous. But as I say, if you don't let it get to you too much, you just kind of going through the motions on that comeback. You know, BO5, it's a bit of a skill to train yourself for the fatigue. Playing high competition for this long. Spoxy with a trade out. Pretty important for him to retain that man advantage.
Yeah, you're right.
Headshot!
Kiko. Fine from him. Spoxy under a bit of pressure here. Still alive, but only briefly. Ooh. What a terrible, terrible effort in the end. He actually brings it down into 1 versus 1, but regardless, back on the board for LCK as they look to try and recover this first half a bit.
charging forwards here, trying to get aggressive. As they notice, you know, there's been a lot of slow presence, like 1 player, 2 players maybe coming out towards long. Well, they try and dominate it. They do just that. Brilliant finds from them. A lot of damage done as well to some of the remaining players. So, see if they can capitalize off the back of it. But for now, LCK still not secured just yet. Spoxy unscopes at the worst time, but he's still in a really good spot to deal with this. And he will keep the flicks coming. I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with him. Muffin trying, and at the moment failing. Spoxy just doing so well here. Perhaps another peek on the card. Spam coming in, trying to keep him occupied. He will eventually force the peek out. They have the right idea in terms of where the rest of the players are coming from. Meanwhile, the flank brewing as well, being watched for and successfully found. What has Flex got for us? Not able to trade this player of Doom, so they might just be able to group back up or take the C4 elsewhere. Flex does manage to find him, but like I say, that C4 is out of there, and Muffin looking to just reset the round over on A.
How do you play a post spawn here as well? There's 2 ways of going about it. For Muffin, you could try and be a bit proactive and look for information, but he's actually shelling up. He feels like he's got the right idea. There's only 2 proper places you can rotate from. That idea on the long rotate is surely got to be, and now he knows about him. Pop shot taken. It's who can hit that first bullet. Muffin does get tagged. Down to 3 points of HP. He's somehow still alive. Has to reload now as well. He's just trying to buy time. And Muffin does so well. Even going down to 3 points of HP doesn't bother him. Anubis guarantee a lead.
Spoxy will find the opener in this round, though. They're back with a bit of a vengeance. LCK kind of getting a taste of their own medicine with a really dominant first half here. But still space to recover it back, of course. The man advantage comes super early for them to try and work from here. Easier said than done, but I like the spot that they're in. And Anubis have kind of struggled when they're behind, you know, to pull rounds out of thin air, as it were.
To the initial kind of death of dirty here. No move made by Anubis. Onus on them though, guys. Got to make a move. Like, they're waiting around as if LCK need to move. They've got all the map control they require. And they got the opening kill. They don't need to do anything. So for Anubis standing around, it kind of fundamentally doesn't make a lot of sense. The onus is on you to take a bit of space. And now they are, but they're walking straight into Spoxy, and surely an absolute death trap as well. He's so good at these peaks.
Yeah, I've been playing really well. I think it's safe to say LCK find themselves in what feels to be an unlosable position. Playing off of the B site. Waiting for the utility to come in and try and catch them off guard. Switching back to the weaponry here. I think the player been missed to the left-hand side, and he will kind of lock it in. Make sure there's absolutely no chance. So LCK, it's round 1 of 2 in terms of this mini comeback to just soften the blow moving into half number 2. And that one comes quite nicely, so I think they'll be looking to continue that trend. Quick aggression here as well. Flex could very much be missed. It's a mess all over the place. They've gotten aggressive and found the C4, however. And they hold on to their position. Their ascendancy is a lot of damage done, but somehow brought back to the 2-on-2. Like I say, though, it is just that bomb that's been discovered.
Doom. Had an opportunity to drop one there. That everybody, bar Lion Claw's low, and even Lion Claw's low, it's like he's super healthy. Just the fact that Gainer's single digits, he was not too much better. It's such an awkward spot to be in this. And HE and a couple of smokes for Anubis and for LCK. Just Kiko with that smoke to work with. Speaking of, it's going to be used. Re-ups that front hand side. I think Gainer surely has got to start making a move here. He's nowhere near the C4. He needs to set up a flank, but he needs to actually commit to it.
So what is the thinking? Absolute bloodbath over here on top of that bomb. Gainer on the flank. I think Doom has to distract. Gainer's just found the timing. You can't be serious. Oh, barrel spotted though. So he gets lucky and then unlucky. That was nearly crazy. Doom coming in from the main side, as it were. Just trying to sneak around, but he will go down. So the inevitable kind of occurring in the end. LCK with the HP and just so much control of that round, able to take it over the line. So could have been a very scary half, but LCK recover it back and actually raise an eyebrow, really, where Anubis were looking very, very dominant. Things could flip on a dime here. It could be an LCK strong map if things continue in this fashion.
Yeah, agreed. It's very close at that halfway point. Again, slow start. We know that LCK like to throw a couple of pace changes here and there in rounds, but what's the idea here, though? Not a huge amount really to show for. They're so slow moving forward. They're so nervous of aggression from Anubis, who are just happily sitting on the sides.
Yeah, just chilling at the moment. So taking it easy, maybe just seeing what LCK have got in store in these early rounds at the very least before trying to look for some sort of a response. Looks like they will try a little execute towards B here. Many flashes coming in to force their way through the house. Muffin, my goodness, taking spam, taking nade damage. Really well done. Gainer off to the side is not quite strong enough. They spam away through the smoke. Dirty trying to get involved, but also being bested. Wow, LCK, what a statement to open up the half.
Really nice round, and well, nothing Salty can do. He's in towards the window. He's going to just try and make for a late dive through, but even with Kiko's low HP, there's just no chance and help. He actually pulls away from window, and he'll... By this is unfair. He knows there's got no legs behind it. He closes it. Down goes Salty. Tied all square, yeah. Either way you put it, it's a real statement. That's a huge round to be taken like that.
Zane has crept out! What is he doing? Oh my goodness. Crazy. Absolutely wild. What is going on, man? LCK have turned it around here now. And I think things are not in a good place for Anubis. This is now 4 in a row for LCK as they take the lead. Anubis trying to fight fire with fire, pulling off some aggression of their own.
Yeah, real air of confidence at the moment. But a long road to work with as well. So, yes, you got that 1-round lead. I'm not fully convinced just for the time being. I'm going to dive out towards long here. Salty with that first contact. For him, he's playing anti for the time being. They're actually allowing Dirty to be the first to face, but this does allow them to scale up well. They trade. Zane dives round the corner. He'll find Gainer. Doom surely dead to rights, which eventually he is to the hands of Lion Claw. Smoke now, flashes behind, and with now all being left to Muffin, this is a really difficult 1 versus 2. They've got the sight, but Muffin's already had a great few clutches, and he's so sharp at the moment. As he drops Spoxy, who knows? Planting's difficult. They might have to do it by virtue of the fights. But Muffin is so good at just playing around that window position. Drops a nade, he falls back. And you can see Dezane just indecisive, maybe a little frightened about a Muffin who's been so good throughout this series. Doesn't want to give him a freebie.
Yeah, no, it does make sense. Clear some angles, try and see if he's lurking about. Plenty of time to get that C4 down as well. Is he going to go towards B, or will he stick at A? I mean, he's got good control here. Working his way out. Oh, man. Muffin is just so ready for it. Zane does get the gun up, but not in time. Big find from Muffin, honestly. Breaking the deadlock. Putting them in a good spot. And now a timeout, you know, called in the middle of that round to sort of follow things up. Really could be big.
Yeah, it's huge. Kind of clutch to be turning on its head, and now with a timeout to follow it as well. Being it can actually can't see in this Anubis side scale further forward. It still feels kind of questionable. It feels really difficult to predict. I don't know, LCK, it felt like they started this half so well. That dive through that we saw, that late round they used to start off the half and then a second to follow behind it. It's felt really good in doing so, and losing that clutch, it's kind of allowed Anubis back in, and obviously they would have called the timeout as the round was being played out itself, but by winning it and now getting to talking a bit more of a positive note as well, it's a decent spot to be in.
Yeah, it is true. It is very true, and you know, hopefully this timeout kind of gives them more and more to keep working from. But I think it's not going to be sunshine and rainbows the entire way through. LCK have also had some really nice rounds, so could be a telling couple of rounds here in terms of whether Anubis are bouncing back or if it is just like that lucky 1v1 that they get in their favor. It's quite difficult to tell until, you know, we get back in, so to speak. But, yeah, I don't know. LCK, for me, still looking like the cleaner side. I think maybe there is a case to be made that they do just get a bit unlucky in the 1 versus 1. It's kind of now a case of how they figure the bounce back. Or whether they're able to just kind of keep them going and figure out Anubis if it is that flash in the pan sort of fluke round coming in. We're going to have to find out here. But Anubis have got, you know, some ideas. Clearly, utility especially seems to be in a pretty good spot despite the nice flash. Push has not quite worked out, and it will be man advantage for LCK trying to move in very, very fast here. And they just cut off those rotations easily. So despite all the timeout, despite the big clutch, LCK are right back to their winning ways.
Yeah, and straight off the back of Anubis' timeout as well, right? Which is actually pretty mammoth. Use their own timeout to discuss, of course, following kind of the failure at the clutch and whatnot. And now now look where we're at. Pop shots. Doesn't quite connect. Dirty. Double dips and will deliver. And with the spawn of Muffin, they are shutting down all of this B pressure. All down to Spoxy in a matter of moments. Great change up from Anubis. Should we turn this game back up?
Yeah, you would think so. So again, going to be a highly competitive map here. Does look set to continue. And perhaps take us the distance. We didn't get the overtime in the second map. But we might get it here. It feels like as a series that it's kind of deserving of it. Slowed way down here as Spoxy just taking his time, praying that there is that one frag to just sort of get him into the round. Not going to happen though. As soon as he peeks in, it's 3 players with his name on at the end of the day. So going to be even back up here. And again, some telling rounds, right? LCK, can they keep this back and forth nature going?
There's no real chance there. He wanted to try and slow it down, see if he could draw anybody out. Oh, not to be. 7 apiece. Again, slow to start things off as they remain just focused on mid for now. Wait and see whether Anubis go for an aggressive play. They did it obviously a couple of rounds ago towards B, and it worked really well. There they go, diving forward, Salty. He'll open things up as Lion Claw falls. Dirty. Take a bit of space here, and that jump around the corner is fantastic from him. Ego and Dezay may deliver, but Doom, his spot's so difficult to clear. And surely now no chance for Dezay in this Swan. He's just trying to see things off. He will actually 180 quite nicely to find Gainer. And that might give him a bit of legs. You got Muffin and Doom. If Doom will fall back, C4 can be collected. But it's the fact that Muffin's holding the flank, or he was, until he's falling away.
Yeah, it's a little strange here. They're really just trying to get together, I suppose. Little do they know, you know, if he just kind of held his angle, he might have been able to cut the low HP player off, but they're trying their best not to take any chances. So I think going to be an A plant here, but it's flanks on flanks, and like I say, both the LCK players, both the Anubis players just looking to get together and play the numbers game, which I think will be just fine. Dezane takes his time, clearing things out here. Maybe starts to confirm the fact, though, that there is a flank, something that he might now begin to suspect. Time will tell as they start moving in close to this bomb. I mean, there's plenty of time. Dezane, totally misses the timing on all of it, really just gets blindsided. So, started to suspect that flank, but just didn't expect it so fast.
Yeah, exactly that. All right. LCK attack. It seems to be. Saw Anubis call one earlier, and LCK immediately made it work for them. I think for LCK, they're hoping that they can kind of bite back into this. It's just been a little lackluster at times in a couple of these instances, and I don't know, I still feel, for the most part, it's unconvincing by both teams. You know, we're seeing this real lack of consistency, this real inability as well to chain rounds together and use proper successes into building up a bit of a lead. They're just trading back and forth, which is kind of an indictment on both teams, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a little tough, but I think, you know, as soon as you are that team that starts to, like, separate things, you can really work off of that, and it's where the mental in these close games, I think, really comes into question, you know, as bits of tilt can certainly set in. But unfortunately, it does feel like, you know, Anubis strong in places and maybe just able to hold the line a little bit better on the defensive side of things. Timeout should be coming to a close shortly, and just trying to get the vibes right. Anubis pipped to the post in the previous, but they're the ones that had the strong position coming into this. LCK staying hot on their heels. So, I mean, you know, a series of two teams where you've got, like, Anubis punching up and playing to pretty good form. LCK still looking to get into that form that we were maybe expecting of them, but looking better as the series and the playoffs have gone on.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. Well, timeout concluded, so should be going back live in just a moment. Hopefully, that is. I'd actually have a ever so slight technical issue. So maybe this tack might turn into tech for a second.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of one, as we are just kind of waiting for things to get back going, but hopefully not going to be too long of a wait on this one.
Ah, there we go. We are back underway. 8-7, slight lead. Anubis, but so close as well to taking this map and taking a lead in the series, going 2-1 up.
Looking strong, to say the least. I mean, a little bit of an extended pause there. Probably not going to do you any favors on both sides when we've been talking all about, you know, shifts of momentum and capitalize. Key fight here. But it's good. It's very good indeed. Salty. Ready for it. Takes it nice and easy. But, lurking presence, information gained. Can the B players get anything done? Lion Claw for me, who finds himself in a pretty deep position on the B bomb site. They are looking to try and join him, but he might just have gone a bit too far, a bit too quick. Everybody else kind of nervous to get it going. Dezane holding the backside meanwhile. Good spot here, isn't he? Finds the first. The trade was paramount, keeping the numbers even.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice angle there, but the fact that he only gets away with one is huge. Muffin had a chance to punish and doesn't. Felt like a decent opportunity, but got capitalized upon. Muffin will swing around the corner though and he'll make up for it. He finds Foxy Bean's numbers back. Very briefly, Pistol dives round as Lion Claw finds a second. All on Dirty on this retake. Up to 12 seconds. He surely just doesn't have a timer. Even if he finds the kill towards Kiko, he's got to continue running to find Lion Claw, who's running away. It's Ring Around the Rosies. Oh, and he's failed to jump up. He hasn't got time. Oh, that is killer. I think there was an ever so slight window that if he had made that jump up properly, he could have just about squeezed it out. I even still might have been a little too late. But LCK ties up 8 apiece.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking very competitive once again. As LCK with a change-up, looking to move fast, and you know what, it might just come at the perfect time. Giara set up heavily in towards middle, but that leaves their B side quite vulnerable. But they found the man advantage, spamming away on those snipers, nothing coming just yet. And plenty of options, you know, do you want to try and pull off some kind of a flank? Do you all just want to send it in through the main avenue of the retake here? But now only 30 seconds to really make that decision. Bomb going to start ticking pretty quickly down. The time will dwindle. Just preparing themselves. Got bits of utility that remain here. Smokes all over the place, though. It's really going to get messy in here. Lion Claw, key frag from him. Muffin finds himself all alone, despite the fact that they were in the ascendancy. LCK are going to come away with the round, and Anubis, I think, going to be kicking themselves they don't convert that.
Yeah, exactly. 1 round lead. One round away as well is the other thing. Pop shot by Spoxy. I think it just goes below Dirty in that mid position. You see LCK, they're nervous. They don't want to overstep. They don't want to overfight.
Nice find from Flex. Could be a key one for LCK to close it here and now. Another heartbreaking affair for Anubis. How much more can they take becomes the conversation. Spoxy holding the crack angle, not going to be able to find anything just yet. The remaining Anubis players, there's not much that they can do, really. Just have to hope for a pop-off on the site to maybe miss their window to get aggressive. Dirty, that might be one of them. Gainer as well, in at the right time, and he capitalizes. Oh my goodness. They needed a hero, they needed a miracle, and Gainer is the guy to do it. Fantastic day yesterday. He taps into that a little, leaving Flex to just delay the inevitable here as Our first overtime is absolutely going to happen.
Yeah, that's it. Shot onto Flex, but second time of asking, seed off. Tied 9 apiece. The game that just keeps on going between these two sides. Inseparable at the moment.
Yeah, crazy to see, man. I mean, we maybe should have had one on that second map. That's kind of what everybody was saying.
Yeah.
But we were denied a little bit by some individual mishaps, let's say. But yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff here. As they will keep it coming. Looking very, very impressive on both sides. Plenty of CrossFire left to be played. And I think, you know, it's really difficult to split these two teams right now.
Yeah, there's a hell of a lot to offer up in this game for sure. Kind of common narrative that we've had a large portion of the way through is it's still really quite difficult to predict, to be honest. We have no idea where this one feels like it's going to end. Both sides have had issues when it comes towards consistency and, well, as we've got even kind of seen here, issues when it comes to closing out the maps themselves.
Yeah, that is a fair point. I think, yeah, closing out the maps really does just seem to be an issue for both of the squads, really. But again, also streaking, you might argue, like streaking rounds together seems to be a pretty big problem. Like, just struggling to pull off big extended streaks. We did have it in map 2, but it's kind of the only time, and it was also sort of a massive one. Rather than, we just want to see teams, I think, netting together 2 or 3 rounds in a row, then they lose one, and then they get 2 or 3 rounds again. You know, like, convincing stuff, and it's sort of been anything but from both of these teams. So, leaning a lot on the individuals, on the clutch situations, rather than clean fundamentals. Here we go, into the extension of play. Any damage onto Doom to kick us off, but nothing too substantial just yet.
That's it. Hold out range. Nothing offered up. Anubis are not going quick in this one. Fortunately, this has become quite textbook with the West League. First minute and a half, you can kind of just scratch off the clock. Neither side are really going to do anything. This is what we've got here. But now, with under a minute to work with, we're starting to dive through in towards B.
Moving fast. Nice find on the back from Muffin, but everybody else on the site itself falling flat. Oh, Flex with a big one as Muffin tried to get in there to be that hero. Still plenty of time to move across towards A, but it just doesn't look good. They cannot entry in. It's a 4 versus 2 that they have to contend with. Quick move from Anubis, so I'm glad to see them, you know, just pick up the confidence, bail out, and go towards A. Sometimes we just see teams in these types of rounds and that type of idea. They pause, they wait for another player, and they end up throwing their advantage. It now sort of forces LCK into action.
Yeah.
They're not going to have loads of time to get this retake done.
No, it's true. But they have the numbers, and now very much the numbers. 1 versus 4 here for Gainer. Should be next to impossible, and it doesn't even get 1 for it. Plenty of time to defuse. Nice start for LCK. First side to crack into double digits in the first round of OT. Nice little spot to be in. That early bit of breathing room. The round that they were looking for so desperately in regulation and couldn't get.
Yeah, not quite happening at this point. But we'll see. We'll see. LCK hoping to keep it in their favor. So mid-aggression coming in here from Anubis. Again, you know, you just get into overtime and you feel like the teams really try and change things up, try and confuse you a hell of a lot more than they did in the regulation. Flex, key one for him to win here to keep his team in it. Going down is the worst case scenario. And thankfully they do opt to pull back because there's a lot of presence still on A. Muffin holding the line, and that C4 going B is just going to lock this one in.
Yeah. I think you're right. Well, I pretty much know you're right. What can Spoxy actually do here? I love, kind of, to a degree, like how Anubis is still sort of and ahhing. I don't even know where Spoxy is. Taking their time, but there we go. Dirty sees off Spoxy, and we're all tied square. And a piece, I wouldn't mind a little punchy round out from Anubis. We've got a couple of slow ones, and obviously that works for them, but honestly, we're trying 5-5, we're fine. Actually, to be fair, we're getting a little bit here and towards long.
Yeah, looking for it. But not quite. Oh, delivering. Anubis in the ascendancy once again as they find that opener. Muffin really seems to have awoken into the OT. A little bit of a shot down mid there, I would imagine, as Spoxy, yeah, sticks out, takes the damage, but no kill coming in. And they are just really looking to lock their position in for this 11th round. Slow going, but Anubis, they need it, and you know they have to convert an opener like that.
So not play up towards the box. Obviously a tough angle, generally because you can't spam it. A lot of youths are being committed as they dive in towards A, and well, there's no one there. And Doom's holding for the rotations, and he'll find Lion Claw. Great spam that comes through from him in towards mid.
Muffin. Bit of a dangerous fight to give away. Not taking it too quickly here, but still certainly could. A bit of a retake. Foxy never going to win that, but just a couple moments where maybe if it had swung their way, just too many kills in the early round, of course. And so Anubis will find themselves with a slim lead. Just got to keep it coming here if they want to take this map. It's been a hard-fought battle for both sides, so it feels like a really, really key map. You know, winning out the third in a BO5 in close fashion, right? It potentially could be like the most important map of the series, really, just for all those kind of extracurricular factors that we like talking about.
Yeah. I agreed. More, a lot of conversation coming through. Dirty and Doom, pretty vocal there. It looks like we might have lost Loons.
He's back. He's chilling.
That's good to see.
Yeah, I think we might be all right. But yeah, for a moment there, maybe lost him for a brief moment, but seems all good.
Real battle of fatigue in this series, it has to be said. Like, you're looking at it with kind of what we've had so far. I mean, we've still got the potential of, so much more Crossfire to be had in this series. They're kind of inseparable, but this is where, as we get later and later in towards like a best of 5, it's a proper test of how deep the strat book actually goes, how deep these individuals can sort of dig deep in a way and not let fatigue have any sort of effect on them.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. We're just waiting to get this on the road again. There's a little bit of a break in between. We might be, as we say, on the human timeout as well in the longer series. So yeah, just waiting a moment before they get things back underway, of course. And we are just waiting for a little bit of a confirmation to get into things and get the ball rolling, as I'm sure everybody sort of chomping at the bit to hopefully pick up a key map. Like I say, really, really important here. So potentially everybody just making sure that they get their heads in the right place before we get underway.
Okay. Finally, we are back live. I think some players had issues connecting in towards the server, but it's like we're good to get this one back in the way as Gainer. Claw kills a piece, but Lion Claw will double it down, which is huge. And actually, in doing so, given the numbers advantage and a lot of space to work with too.
Yeah, I mean, moved fast after a pretty lengthy time out there. Had to get things reset and comfortable. Anubis as well, of course. Really in a threatening position if they were to find... Whoa, this round. Flex is quick. Finds the shot on the whack-a-mole. Going to leave it down to just 2 now, so... Not looking so good for Anubis. LCK really gifted around here that could spiral into a streak if they play their cards right. Anubis have really been digging deep for this series, I think it is safe to say, and how many more times are they going to be able to do that? It will be answered soon, I'm sure. Out on towards B. And the bomb plant should be coming momentarily here.
Dirty, spotted, dropped. Spoxy, nice work. And Muffin left all alone. No chance in hell. First he gets the smoke right in front of his face. He's got a door on. He probably shouldn't get the right in a second, and it'll come through. Actually lands right on his position. LCK tie it back up again. 11 rounds each.
Yeah, fully evened up here. Anubis looking to get a little bit aggressive out towards A. And fairly aggressive on B as well. It looks like there will be some action coming their way in the not-so-distant future. Flash in, Salty in the mixer as well. They've not really spotted him, but he doesn't get away with anything. Muffin with a leg. Need to follow it up. Does get the frag. Really, really important that he does so. Kiko is incredibly low here. It looks very good for just a second, but LCK have somehow turned it on its head. How have they done that, man? That is kind of insane, honestly. All going to be on Gainer on that flank, and they know about him. They've got, you know, good information based on how he's playing. And they're ready and raring. Oh, man, what a find from LCK.
What a huge round to kind of squander as well. Map point, LCK to take a lead in this series. Foxy will open up proceedings. Doom falls. That's huge to get numbers advantage with map point. Oh, and they add to it as Lion Claw finds Muffin. Uh-oh. This is falling apart at a rapid pace. You got Spoxy so far away, holding for rotations. He's just trying to be an insurance policy. It's information gained, and I'll come and join up with the rest of the pack as the C4 goes down. 5 versus 3. This should be unlosable, and it's made even sweeter as Gainer drops. Dirty, Salty, have to do God's work, and there's surely absolutely no chance. Salty does get one, but it's a 1 versus 4 turn. 1 versus 3 for him with 22 seconds on that clock, and they're just not giving him anything. They're not giving him the faces. They're not giving him the fights, and he will actually get 2. Uh-oh. It was such a reactionary shot, but it works well for it. Spoxy gets caught by the flash. He tries to dip in around the window. He's just trying to buy some time. He's sticking the defuse. It's all really Salty could have done. But LCK, fine margins in the 1 versus 1. Take map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, that final round just kind of really summing it up, to be honest with you, as, you know, they look really, really close in the end. And that just goes to show how that map went down. Not loads of dominant rounds in there. I think LCK having a little bit of a run at the start of that second half, end of that first half maybe. But ultimately, you know, it was very, very close and really, really difficult to kind of get through these types of situations. Just some very, very, very close rounds that, unfortunately, I think, especially for Anubis, you know, again, you will look towards and be like, damn, if only we got that, if only I'd hit that shot, etc. So, and it's now a couple maps compounding for them to take these things into consideration, and LCK just finding the ability to remain strong in those crunch moments, in those more difficult rounds.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So now you actually got to look at this and say, for Anubis, on that back foot, what do we have left over, right? Is there anything left in the tank? Like, it's so heartbreaking, I think, to go that deep in towards a map and let it slip away. It does make you feel that potentially this is where you could be really starting to feel that pressure. Of course, there's tournament life on the line as well. We're going to throw it back to the desk as well before we get ready for our fourth map.
It's hard to imagine how to be an Anubis player at this situation. You went to overtime the previous map, this one you're almost one step away from getting to the golden round. You had a really good run on the early phases of this game, but after that, it felt like everything is collapsing on Anubis, and LCK slowly but surely getting back into the game and winning their second game on the entire series.
Well, as we mentioned, when LCK wins a map, it's very close. It's not the easy, convenient win. LCK are not showing the performance that we are expecting. The guys are... There is something wrong with the guys. As we mentioned, Anubis is just pressuring them so hard. Playing versus two snipers is just hell and a nightmare for them. However, also, if I want to mention how LCK played this map, I want to just highlight one round. It was the first round before the overtime. The first round on the overtime, where Flex saw Doom swinging in front of box room on bridge. Flex was on B side. Doom was outside the box room. He saw Doom swinging outside the room, just showing himself. Normal Flex, or maybe 2023 Flex, 2024 Flex, would immediately take knife and go to A side. This year Flex, he pulled his teammates into B side, while it was so obvious that Doom is just casually walking, faking on the B side. So I don't know how Flex fought for that, because it was Flex who saw Doom. It wasn't someone else who saw Doom. It was Flex, the IGL himself. He saw Doom just casually showing himself outside box room, like, hey, I'm here. Our Flex saw him, and then he pulls all his teammates to the B side in just such a way that I wasn't expecting Flex to be calling this. So that sums up how LCK is not going together, is not doing well on these matchups. However, the experience is just the one which is closing the game. So maybe the individual skills coming out from, let's say, from Zane, Spoxy, Flex, and all the guys are just individually okay, I'm not saying. But as a team-wise, no, I don't think that LCK is performing 100%. However, Anubis is just unlucky always. It's always Black Widow for them. Maybe Black Widow is kinda the map that's gonna make them fall for this season.
I don't know, man. Like, their Black Widow looked solid, but they can't just close it. That's what we can see here. And also, looking at the stats, you'll see that Muffin, Dirty, been doing all the hard work. On the other side, you have Spoxy, of course, carrying LCK around him and Zane. But, like, the stats and everything goes towards Anubis, and till now, they can't find a way to solve the puzzle. It's so hard for them to find a way to turn this game around. Yeah, they were like around the corner multiple times to finish the game. Looking at the head-to-head and the lineups that they made across this game, it's just brilliant, but something is missing. It feels like Anubis were... I don't know, like, I don't wanna put some things into assumptions, but...
They're doing good, but they can't close the
They're missing one piece. They need to finish the games. Like, yeah, we take it, like, we got that you're playing good, but, like, you need to finish the games. And for the current roster of Anubis, I would say that I am shocked. I loved how they're playing. I see their mental resilience. I see their Anubis character in those players, so those might be the next generation for Anubis.
Well, Anubis, the players are doing very good. Anubis has a very good veto, by the way. They play very good Black Widow. Okay, maybe they're not closing it, but they have very good Black Widow. They have a decent Ankara. They don't play sub base. Their Mexico is weak. The sub base is weak, but on the other hand, they have new compound and Eagle on the line. So we are talking about the next maps. What are the next maps? It's Port and New Mexico. So it's one of them, Anubis' map. So they need to find their way onto the next map. We've seen yesterday Anubis playing Port versus Swamp Gaming, Knights, I'm sorry. And when they played versus Knights, they looked shaky. However, Gainer himself, this guy, he went in guns blazing 1v4 when it was 8-6 in favor of Knights, and then he kills 3 players, or killed the 4 players, and gets the round, gives them the momentum, and then they close the round. So, my opinion that Port is coming here. Yes, LCK is going to be starting with the global side, but Anubis are much way stronger on Port. They have the stronger chemistry. They have the stronger when it comes in terms of picks. LCK, when we watched them play Port, they had nothing. They just peaked aside, and Dirty is one of the best players that hold this aside. Okay, maybe Dirty, we don't mention him that much. Like, for example, on Ankara, I'm not saying he's the best on Ankara. I'm not saying he's the best on Black Widow. I'm not saying he's the best on Eagle Eye. But when it comes to Port, he's one of the best. So, and the only strategy that worked for LCK yesterday was peaking a top versus Sad, talking about 3BL Galaxy. If you do it versus Dirty, he's going to punish. 100% he's going to punish.
For sure, he's gonna punish you. He's one of the few good snipers that we see across the board. Like, he is pretty flexible. He plays multiple maps, pretty decent. And at the same time, he's their IGL. So, what should you ask more from him? I don't know. Like, he's fragging, he's IGLing, he's calling everything, and we got Muffin. Like, him and Muffin been the key to success for Anubis Gaming across this first split, of course, and. Anubis, I won't say that they are in a bad spot. Like, even though they are one step away from getting knocked off from the like playoffs, but at the same time, keep in mind this is a new roster. To have that roster head to head with LCK, that's something huge to have as a team. Keep in mind, the guys are getting older and older in LCK, but at the same time, you're setting a name, you're having a base. And even if Anubis lost this series and got to the 6th place in the first split, I would say that's a successful split for Anubis.
Well, it's already a successful split for Anubis and 3BL Galaxy, because we are talking about the 2 reformed teams. On Knights, we can't say that they are reformed. We said that they managed to find a new lineup, but with Famous, LSY, Petro, HDC. These are big names. You're talking about big, and Snox as well. This is superstar tier. So we can say that also it's a successful for our Knights, because we expected them to succeed, but till the farthest way, we're gonna still say that our Knights didn't show the best. We want to see how our Knights gonna perform versus Atleti. However, for now it's 3BL Galaxy and Anubis. They already succeeded. It's a new reformed team, completely new team. They're playing with completely new players new to the season, to the West League. First season for them. Salty first season. Muffin first season West League. I'm talking about Omega as well. First season, second season for Noxin. So now it's the matter of who's gonna be topping up the achievements. So Anubis already they achieved what they want in this season, but they want to look forward to win more. They are now hungry because they've seen that they can do it. Yesterday versus Knight, it was only 1 round away in Black Widow versus Knights, and they could have won them. Now it's also 1 map away. They were also 1 map away. If they won Ankara, they would be 1 map away, because Ankara, in my opinion, should have went Anubis' side.
Should goes to Anubis side, but at the same time, like, I really don't want to jump into conclusions, but for me it feels like if we got some players from Imperium and we got them in the mix with Anubis and 3BL, we can get 2 really solid teams that can compete and can go for top 4. Like, we have, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna mess this up, like, I'm gonna say Nox from Imperium. If you add him,
Nexlon, please.
I'm gonna say Nox. Like, I'm not gonna say his full name.
Nox is Noxin.
We have Noxin and Noxlin.
Nox is Noxin from 3BL Galaxy, because this guy is not going anywhere. This guy is for 3BL Galaxy this year. Nexlin, he's a good player. Nexlin is a good player. But in my opinion, that Imperium needed also time. Like, Imperium maybe needs to change 1 or 2 players.
No, I'm not like going for Imperium thing. I'm just saying that if we got some of Imperium players to play with top dog, like with 3BL or where with Anubis, we can find a really good formation with the coaching staff, with everything. It looks like Anubis, they have a really solid roster, but they need to change some players. It feels like that. I don't want to jump into conclusions, but I mean, let's have this discussion after the break.
is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Menacing, not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes it. Tate has what a gap. Risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that twig.
We had a small break, but we don't want to take a break from the action. And of course, we're back again with a team Anubis playing versus LCK. 3 games, 1 on a road. 2 of them went to LCK's side. Like, even though we had some upsets when it comes to picking maps, like Eagle Eye went to Anubis and the remaining 2 went to LCK. Now we're back in game number 4 and it's do or die for Anubis. And I believe, like, yeah, we don't have a lot of time to talk. Penguin is just nodding his head.
Let's go. I'm happy. Let's go. I want to watch CrossFire, man.
Man, yeah, of course. We really want to watch CrossFire. So to watch the 4th game, it's do or die for Anubis. Let's head to our casters.
Yeah, looking forward to this one as well. Just to really see whether Anubis have this fight back in them, right? They get so close at that tail end, and it's heartbreaking. I think the worry is that loss right at the final hurdle in towards the overtime, right, when you could have easily been a couple of maps up, potentially even fighting for the series in your favor. Now you're fighting for survival.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's really, really tough, I think, when you look at it from the Anubis perspective. So full credit to them if they are able to keep it going for a 4th and a 5th map after that, really. But yeah, I'm definitely interested to see if they can keep it up, to be honest with you. LCK have just had that kind of extra level that maybe you do need in a close game like this, right? The ability to fully close things out, and although at times it does come very well, I suppose 2 times it's come very close because they almost, you know, suffered a severe comeback, but ultimately they are just able to maybe have a couple rounds for those emergencies that are a little unorthodox, that they have like lesser chance of winning, but they just take the risk, you know, and that's what pays off, just because it's so late in the day, so late in the game. And yeah, and a few individuals as well, I think, able to just step up when the pressure is on and really deliver. Meanwhile, Anubis, maybe some spaces that they're a little bit just unfamiliar with, you know, when it gets close and the pressure comes on. I think that they're a little less used to that, and they generally do start making a few mistakes when it gets closer.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely wild. Absolutely right in terms of how wild it's felt. And I don't know, we're still waiting, of course, for this 4th map to get underway, but I think we've just heard the all clear that it should be getting started in just a second. Players have a little bit of a break, but let's get the show on the road. And here we are. We're live in towards Port. Penguin was saying he feels that advantage Anubis here in this one. So let's see. A lot of good things to say about Dirty individually, which I can attest to. I can second that. I think Penguin's absolutely spot on with it. For me, it can be a real difference maker. But Doom to open up proceedings, because then gets caught by Spoxy. The other guy, of course, got to watch out for is Spoxy, who hits another shot before he's caught by Salty, and his Flex, that secondary sniper, who gets one of his own, leaving it all down to Muffin, who's barely alive, and Salty, he's got the HP, he needs to kind of carry them.
Yeah. And they are looking to try and take kills. Moving forwards aggressively here. Not necessarily focusing on that plant just yet. He's in with the nade. On the right lines. Muffin might go down to that. He does indeed. So it's all going to be on to Salty. What a find with the nade. Very, very well. Salty spotted out and finished off. So LCK going to find it on the board. Honestly, I feel all down to Spoxy in that round in a lot of ways. You know, Doom gets super aggressive, disrupts things, Spoxy deals with him. Then he's able to peek up and find a kill towards long, which not only is, you know, going to even things up, but also, after he gets traded, that is, going to even things up, but also just gains so much info with that peek. So, really just able to get the ball rolling for the rest of his team, where, you know, you can definitely feel Doom going crazy like he did to open it up. First round of the map could just be absolute pandemonium.
Yeah, exactly. Not too sure. Just attack pause. What's going on with Spoxy's camera? Just getting flashbanged over there.
Just that anti-flash training, mate, you know, so you can get used to when it happens in-game. Yeah, it does seem like we have a little bit of a tech here, unfortunately.
Tech pause concluded. Not too sure what it was, but honestly, it's plagued this series. I feel like I've had more tech pauses today than I have all season long. Shade to see, but yeah, it's really had an effect.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to be difficult, you know, taking the energy out of a lot of the players, I think, especially as a series like this starts to really extend out. LCK seriously going to start thinking about closing things out on this fourth map. But yeah, we'll find out as we do get back into the action, of course. Some damage done to Flex, but nothing much presenting at this point. We'll just be looking to play pretty safe on that LCK side. They are more lent towards the A site at the moment. Just got to be careful with their aggression, thinking about it. Yeah, thinking about it to try and get involved here. Salty around the corner. Flex maybe accidentally tapping the reload there. Does draw Salty in, though, so I guess it kind of works in the end. And what are the options now for the Anubis side? They don't have a lot of time left, and they've not really gained all that much ground. So LCK really looking to be in a strong position.
Yeah, you're right. Numbers advantage. Flex is a little low. There's just not a lot of time here. It's like Kiko's got the right idea. Starts making the move. Kiko over. Nade was waiting to be sent, but actually gun pulled out. He's blind, but Kiko will deliver. Flex dropping down. He might have to drop as well on Gainer. They've kind of traded places here. Did he get spotted? Yes, he did. Thankfully, Flex double checks. It's all on dirty. And yes, he gets the plant out here, but there is nothing he can do with it. Conversation kills are as good as it gets. CK find a second in some pretty triumphant fashion, to be honest.
Yeah, could be really a sign of things to come. If they can keep this going. There's still plenty of time. As we are quite early on, it's just been a bit disjointed. I think the Anubis have got to find their sea legs, so to speak. And get used to things again. But certainly a map that, you know, we're only a couple of rounds in. Been a hell of a lot longer than that. So, can you stay in the right headspace? You know, it's a skill for us kind of commentators, I suppose, to just like be able to lock in and lock out, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine how it is as a player. You know, you just really want to get into the game. And not quite able to find it. It does seem we're a little shaky here this evening with the server and whatnot. As we might be headed into another little tech issue here.
Might not be the last time we get a tech pause, but live again, and looks like it's starting exactly the same as it did after the previous introduction off a tech pause. It's a LCK opener off the back of Flex.
Yeah, I mean, LCK, we talked about it, right? Staying in the right headspace and whatnot. They seem to be doing a really good job of that. As they're just setting themselves up in these key rounds. Good at finding the openers. I think Anubis starting to get frustrated. You know, you've had a series sort of plagued by a few tech pauses. You find the first map. You come very, very, very close to getting map 2 and map 3 in different ways. And you just can't get them over the line. So, yeah, Anubis, surely there has to be some tilt setting in. And you really are just being left to, like, sort of stew in those moments. It's not like you can turn things around in a good way by being like, oh, damn, big round 1 within the map. Because, especially this map, there's just so many tech pauses so far.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. It's so hard to stay really kind of locked into it because you're so frequently taking a breather, but also then going out the server, changing servers, all of the rest. Flash over. Salty being slightly sent out, but not committed just yet. Numbers still remain good for LCK. $25 seconds. We just don't have a lot of time here. We're going towards B. Leaving things so late. Flex could be the one to deny, and he is. There's the first. He's going to find one of his own as well as Gainer caught. Salty can get a trade back, but a 2 versus 4. Surely this one is all but done.
Yeah, C4 got dropped as well, and it didn't quite get recovered in good time, so they're just going to be able to rush them down here, really. Plant does come in, but just not going to net anything. LCK will take it in pretty decisive fashion, in fact. Really getting themselves into a very, very good spot. I do have a bit of a bad feeling now. I think I spotted somebody dropping out on that Anubis side at the end of that round. So,
of course,
maybe it is sort of Anubis being plagued by things a little, but LCK really looking a hell of a lot better here. I think they're in a very strong position. So, just a case of kind of waiting for things to get started once again here, folks. Bear with us while we try and update you guys.
Okay, it looks like it's actually a pause of a tactical nature, which is good.
Oh, okay.
We're okay.
That is good.
We're worried for a second that it might be another tech where we've essentially had as many rounds as tech pauses, but no, we're okay.
Just a question of what do you talk about here. It seems like their whole flow has just been nicked away. And maybe a little bit more, again, on that human level as Muffin is not in his seat. So I don't know how many tactics we're really talking over here. Rather just buying time. As I'm sure as well, there's a little bit of a conversation around, look, we can't just keep giving you techs unless it's something really quite serious. So yeah, we'll see. It's starting to get out of hand a little bit, though, for Anubis. And one of the longer initial streaks, one thing that has been set down in the early gauntlet of every single map is that it's like back and forth, and then eventually a team is maybe able to split. But those opening 4 or 5 rounds tend to be really difficult to predict.
Yeah, no, you're right. Muffin back in his seat. And back, ready to get this game underway.
Yeah, I might have been hit by another little bit of a tech. I'll maybe keep talking for just a little while, just in the hope that we're not going to be here too much longer, but we'll kind of see how much more we've got. There you go. We are given the go-ahead, so looking good. As things are absolutely shaping up well for LCK. Just a question of whether they can keep it going. Anubis with plenty of time to talk things over. A bit of technical, but mostly tactical there. So hopefully a lot of opportunities to cook up some ideas. But I'm not so sure. Like I said, when we cut across to them, looked like they were kind of just getting muffin to the toilet and back. So
yeah,
bit of a challenge, really, to know what's going on in their heads.
Yeah, you're right. Let's see. Off the back of the pauses, we've seen how well LCK being able to start. Opening kills, leading to rounds. Much, much slower here, though.
Yeah, it's true. Flash will come over as they try and take a bit of space. Flex is quite lucky that they didn't really go for that aggression, because I think he would have been dead to rights, just looking to try and hold here. It's more Gainer that you look towards, right? Is he being covered well enough? They've started to bolster up quite advanced positions here from LCK to hold things off. Go bouncing on in. I think they knew with that flash that there was going to be somebody hanging around in that kind of area. Really well done. Flex, though, bites off more than he can chew. We've seen that many a time. They've tried to double pump it here, as they will look to move back in, but they've got to get through Spoxy. And that is easier said than done. Doom might have just given them a lifeline. He finds himself all the way up, but Spoxy just keeps the kills coming, man. He's going crazy. They know about Doom as well up here. Should be able to get it, and they will. Doom tries his best. Unfortunately, Spoxy is just that little bit better to give LCK their fourth.
Yeah, and they continue this run forward, and it's a pretty damning thing as well that for Anubis, we just find nothing off the back of attack timeout, right? We take a moment to have a breather, have a discussion about what we want to bring in towards that round number 4, and it still ends up being the same result. LCK, it's not the cleanest, but it's still a solid start towards this port. 4-0 out the gates and put themselves in a really nice bit of breathing room.
Flex. He's close. He's on the right lines. Not a clean opportunity presenting itself just yet. Flex is certainly the one to watch here. Flicks up as well, as both players kind of missing each other initially. It's a sniper to get away with it. So advantage LCK once again. Done such a good job at finding these openers here on port. I think it might just be an insurmountable task for Anubis once again. We'll see.
I think you're probably right. I don't think kills made such a big difference so far. Oh. Uh-oh. I think we may have lost it again.
Yeah, it seems like servers just tanking once in a while, unfortunately.
Yeah, can confirm this is now a tech issue. Once again, you hate to see it, but we've had one every round.
Yeah, pretty much. I think we might have gone one good, clean round, and that's it. So, yeah, very, very difficult. Unfortunately.
Okay, we're live again. Don't know for how long, but for now. Zane, Flex will open up proceedings. This has been a pretty common case that we've had, you know, obviously a tech pause basically every round so far, but immediately off the back of the tech pause, it's just straight back into LCK winning. Yeah. They're so much better at actually keeping composed, it seems, off the back of these, where for Anubis, you can even see here, like, they're kind of restless, and it's a bit of a mistake. They just leave themselves so exposed to mid.
Yeah, and I mean, again, just not quite awake, but that just seems to be the case for like the map. I don't know if that's necessarily the timeouts making a difference. Will be one for Gainer, but he's traded immediately. They make their way out onto the B site. But we'll see. I don't even know that they're going to get the C4 down. They actually bail on the idea, which is just, you know, very, very panicked. I think you have to try and work with the space that you have. Oh, and a knife kill. As to say, he just didn't have his gun out. Oh my goodness, Anubis. Just not happening for them. And I mean, that is real salt in the wound, a knife kill like that. Pretty sure the first one that I've seen.
Yeah.
In, you know, my brief CrossFire career. All the same, crazy finds.
Yeah, I love that from Spoxy. He's so confident. Out of his wheelhouse. Probably got up there with some of the most. I feel like it's some of the Vitality boys as well, but Spoxy always is flying in for them maybe a couple of times a season, but they are quite rare, I will say. Again, opening finds. Flex. He's fallen, but so is Doom and Salty. Nade over, won't really do too much as the Zane holds for the jump across onto bridge. They're diving for a quicker play in towards 8. There's aim for one. Muffin will get one of his own as well, but Spoxy's here to continue piling on the pressure. And he does 6-0 for LCK. Really, really good at the moment. And we've actually finally had a bit of consistency of rounds. And it's within that consistency that we're pulling further and further.
Well, here we go, though. Just picking up the pace, looking to move as a pack for their first round. Still 2 versus 3, and definitely not out of the question with the way that LCK have been playing here. We'll go for a reposition. They're going to be smoked off. Do they want to try and get through this? The answer is yes. A lot of damage taken from nades. They'll split up a little bit, but somehow able to pull it off. As Lion Claw in particular having an insane round. Finds 3. And man alive, if Anubis can't convert that, 2 insanely quick kills go their way to kick it off. I mean, we could be looking at a really quick finish here from LCK.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You're spot on. 7-0. Best you can get is 2 at the half. Surely no chance. Akiko wants to make it all the more damning. 2 for him to open up proceedings. Doom and Salty are 1 foot in the grave.
Yeah, not looking good here. Dirty and Doom to try and recover yet another round, but they have just squandered their best possible chance in the previous. And after a lot of slowdown, a lot of timeouts, it just doesn't seem to be really making a difference for this team. LCK, maybe not quite the domination that we expected, but definitely tapping into their strengths that maybe we were hoping to see a bit of yesterday, that we just got no chance. And Anubis as well. We talk about BO5s. It's a lot to deal with the maps that they've been through. And I think it is finally starting to get to them.
Dirty. Last remaining man. Only 2 away now. LCK are absolutely flying. No competition. And it feels like with all the maybe like tech issues and whatnot, it's actually put it into a spot where I think Anubis have got maybe a bit tilted or dejected by it. But they've checked out at the worst possible time.
Looking to just hold on to this man advantage now. And the question of whether you are going to be able to do it. And Anubis really have learnt a lesson in not squandering these opportunities. Kiko with some good timing does get traded. And I think every defensive player that you lose is really going to be a problem for LCK. So maybe just have to hold on to the numbers as best they can. Minute and 10 left on the clock here, as Anubis need to try and work their way in if possible. And they're opting to go towards B. So it's all going to come down to Dezane and what he can find for us, what he can hold, and if he can buy that time for his teammates to join.
Yeah, okay. 40 seconds. Moving forward, lovely tap from Dezane. He's looking for more. He is so sharp right now. And Salty's taking tags as well to make all the more worse in this specific situation. He's got Dana on the flank, and he will get one. And they might even try and cancel and go back towards A.
Yeah, just about able to get that plant in. Really cutting it close. Boxy nearly. As the bullet grazes through the air. But not able to find anything just yet. He takes a lot of damage himself as well. So are they going to be able to get in here? I think pretty good idea on one. It's just the second man that they're lacking information on. We know that they're coming together. I'm just going to try and play around the trade. Salty doing well. And see, we'll find both in the end to give Anubis their first. But really not a good scoreline to look at. Maybe the flip over here can make a difference. But man, when you're only getting one round in that first half, I think surely everybody knows it has to be over. You're really, really going to have to do well here.
Yeah, exactly. Well, switching sides for that second half, but I mean, for Anubis, needs something really, really special to get back into this. They're obviously just have been so off their game. Moment to talk as well at the halftime break.
Yeah, what do you really go over, I suppose, is the question.
Yeah,
so
nothing's worked.
Yeah, to be honest, it's a tough look, and I suppose Anubis probably just going to be trying to, use as much time as possible to talk things over. LCK, spirits are high, looking good. Smiles on the faces, which I feel like we've not really seen for quite a while from this team. A really rough couple of days, to say the least, but starting to come out the other end, maybe. I think certainly on this map and in this series, but not sure if I can say that for the rest of their campaign here and the other games that they've got coming up.
Still. Just waiting for the confirm. Before this second half gets back underway. taking a minute here. Feels like we have been really played with those issues, unfortunately.
Yeah, not sure if we are sinking into another one or if it is just kind of the teams taking as much time as possible, you know what I mean? Like I say, just wanting to really talk things over before they're sort of forced to push forwards here. And they are trying to get a little bit of a start going, but unfortunately it does seem like, you know, again, we're just hitting a few issues with these two teams. I mean, they're not matching very well, it would seem, in terms of maybe like where they have to meet each other on the servers and things. So another little bit of a tech issue here, unfortunately, folks. Alrighty, looks like we are back into the action then. A little bit of a brief one while we try and get things married up, but yeah, just not the most stable game, unfortunately. Particularly on this map, for whatever reason. Nonetheless, we check back in. LCK looking really, really good here, of course, as they will find themselves just a couple rounds required in order to get this one done. Anubis, they've got the switch up. Maybe they can buy some time, but they need more than just time. They need a miracle, really, to run this back. They have managed a steep comeback. Didn't quite get it over the line. Another one of those going to be required, and this time it has to be successful. So it's a lot to ask of the little team that could. LCK starting to play like the team that we expected. They will kick themselves off with just a pretty heavy pack mentality, you know, trying to force out the round as much as they possibly can. So they do find themselves in a great spot. Smoke's coming in, flashes to boot. Gainer in a good spot, he gets traded out immediately. Dirty's not really giving us too much, but it's a tough angle for him to work from. Sight is going to fall. Kills keep coming round here as well. It's all going to be down to Muffin. Anubis looks set to lose another round, and LCK threatening the series point in just a moment here. Muffin going to go down.
Lovely.
And that will do it. I mean, LCK moving up to 9 surely can't lose from here.
I've never seen lead this heavy or this kind of strong get reversed. I think maybe at the very most it's like a 7-2 I've seen. At a halfway and that being flipped, I've not seen anything for like a 9-1. Start well with Muffin, but you've got to be so perfect, and they've been anything but. Gainer, Dirty, kills a piece to actually make it a 5 versus 2. So at the very least, this round should be confirmed. I just don't know if it's going to lead to consistency. All it takes is one stumble from Anubis.
Yeah. And it does feel like every single round, not necessarily a done deal. Dizane the only one left here, though. You wouldn't expect him to be getting too much done. Should be spotted out shortly, as he's trying to work his way in. Just trying to find that cheeky angle. Not going to work for him, though. Salty takes him down. 7 more required. I'm not getting too excited just yet for Anubis, but may keep things going a little tiny bit longer.
Yeah, not dead just yet, but like we're sort of alluding to recover this, it's next to impossible. Gain up. I like the idea about the move, and it will actually work for one. How about a second, though? He's going to get caught in the open, so the quick trade that comes through can give them a bit of space, and Spoxy delivers so effectively as he finds Dirty. Doom's going to reclaim some of that space. They don't really need to commit to this angle either. They're actually going to fall away. I kind of like this. I feel like from this spot, splitting towards B feels like it might be a little easier. Muffin needed to connect that shot, but can't. So the numbers stay in favor of LCK.
Yeah, just about. Definitely not a sure thing, and they are very ready for the B hit. Doom has worked his way into a great spot here, hidden away. They're pretty broken up in the way they're approaching this. It's a great hold from the two players. Flex comes in from behind, as he will now be known about. He will be tagged up, so not looking too good. Down he goes. Really well held by Doom in particular. But yeah, they were perfectly set up for that. So capitalizing on their successful read.
Really well done as well to recover that from that 4 versus 3. Those early advantages mean nothing. Maybe in hindsight as well, it might have been a smarter play to go for the just kind of continued aggression towards A. Like, just commit to it rather than cancel 4 back and kind of try and reset. But there's 3 chipping away bit by bit. Over towards bridge, nothing behind as well. Not really getting his early pop shot, but looks like they're setting up for a split towards this B site. And Muffin will be that first contact. A hard angle to find, and Spoxy does so well on the entry.
Some nice trades back, though. There's the GR side, holding the line. A bit of a guessing game begins in terms of where the C4 wants to go here, but it looks good, doesn't it? It really does look good. Gainer. Yeah, they don't want to cross into his kind of threshold, really. When they have spotted a player or two. Nade comes in, but he's long gone. Only a minute left. LCK have got to start making a decision. And they are, again, leaning more towards B. It was super tough the last time out. They're expecting a different kind of approach here. However, headshots lined up. And they will again hold that line. Anubis kind of making B an impossible task.
Yeah, and as well, LCK just looking really kind of lackluster at the moment. And they're the ones setting that pace. They're not really offering anything. It's too easy for Anubis to shell off and wait for the aggression to come to then soak up that pressure and then deliver. So 5 more in a row needed by Anubis. And again, surely an impossibility.
Gainer. In a good spot if they do opt to come towards A, which Anubis seem to be preparing for, you know. Does make sense, what with the attempts at B going south really fast for LCK. So they're reading things pretty effectively here. Open angle. Does get traded instantly. Muffin as well going to be spotted. Surely he goes down. Gainer has to kind of try and bail things out, and it's just not looking good. Does well to get 1 even. Muffin left incredibly low. Doom is around to help out, but the trades have just been too good. And LCK might just have done enough. I think they have indeed, yeah. Kills will come round. And LCK, to get it done, they will close things out. Unfortunately, just losing a bit of connection at the end, so we don't get the visceral reactions. But ultimately, they do take the series, and they look very, very good while doing so. That final map just incredibly clean. And I think, you know, they show us a lot of their game in that series, whereas the one that we caught them in yesterday, there was just nothing to speak about, like, at all. But there, they've mounted little mini comebacks, they've had some dominant showings, and they have ultimately played in the high-pressure situations, keeping their opponents at bay and just making sure to close out the 3 maps that they needed.
Yeah, it's just a shockingly rough start for Anubis, I think, in towards that point. If it wasn't for that, you could even see in that second half, there was like a lot more to like about them. They were starting to fathom rounds together, starting to look okay, but in the end, too little too late before that recovery. Well done at 2LCK, a 3-2-1. We're going to throw it back towards the desk to round out the day.
Of course, losing 2-1 in the first half is pretty hard thing to deal with, and for Team Anubis, they did their best. Like, yeah, we had some talks about, of course, having their place and the top 3. Like, yeah, we were talking. Like, I'm sorry, like I was muted on Discord, but like otherwise, anyways, we had our talks that we. So some players of Anubis say that they're looking to get the title, play for top 3. You love the ambition, you love to see them going for higher and higher grades, of course. That's not going to be the case for this split, but to keep in mind, they actually did pretty good when it comes to holding their name and playing versus Unknights. It was pretty close. The second best of 5 it was a bit harder, to be honest, like you're playing versus the top dogs. But of course, I am waiting for Anubis on the second split on this year.
Well, it's tough. It's tough for Anubis because the guys did everything yesterday. I'm not going to talk about today's games at the beginning. I need to talk about yesterday games because yesterday games Anubis had everything to reverse sweep Team Knights. However, also the experience and the clutches by Snox. The guy that we've seen him popping off a lot just destroyed their hopes on the upper bracket. They go to the lower bracket and they find themselves fighting with one of the top tiers. The team that had 7-1 wins in phase 1. The teams that's always been favored to win the championship. They had to fight versus them on the loser bracket. They played very good on the first 2 maps, in my opinion, first 3 maps as well. Maybe the last map they lost everything. They had control. They're playing since 4 hours now. Of course, LCK, they are getting used to it every year. The reverse sweep versus Vitality twice. They know how to handle the effort that they do in the maps. However, Anubis, they feel in lost map. They played good. LCK played very good on the global side. Finally, we've seen them moving. They're trying to get the picks. They're not just waiting for Anubis to execute, because when it comes to execution, definitely Anubis will have the upper hand, because that's the team that's always practicing, always fixing lineups, smokes, flashes, and doing the dry runs. So they started moving, Flex started moving, getting picks one by one, and they started going back into the scene. So now LCK, a size of relief for them now, because they are going to they're gonna be playing for the loser of if it's 3BL or Knights. In my opinion, it's only those. Not because those the one are gonna lose, because if Nemesis lost, they will go to match 8. As I mentioned, that Nemesis already seedings have the higher seedings, so they will avoid playing LCK until match 8. However, 3BL, they will play them. If they lost, Knights, if they lost, they'll play them. And if Vitality lost, that means the Vitality will have the match 8 seedings, and maybe Nemesis is gonna be playing them. So LCK, they're now watching then tomorrow's games and checking who's going to be their next opponent, and they need to fix a lot of mistakes as well.
Of course, they're watching for tomorrow's games. It's pretty important for them to get to know who are they going to play against on the next week. But look at this scoreboard and look at this game. I would say, I don't know, the round winnings. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All going to the side of LCK, and that's pretty tough. Yeah, of course, that's only the first half. Just like, but other than DMX, if Anubis Gaming had their first part of the map on another foot, like, I believe that this map would go otherwise. But at the same time, it felt like Muffin is overheated. Like, he did everything that he can do in the first 3 games. And then he's just like, guys, I just can't.
He can't carry every single game.
Base.
No, This is not. I've never seen it. I've never seen you going into 5 maps and one guy is carrying the whole all the games. Even famous himself don't do it. The Chinese players they don't do it. Even if they're playing versus a weak opponent, you can't have the player doing everything every single game. That's not possible. Maybe for 2 maps, 3 maps, that's okay. But going into the fourth, you want him to perform, and if you went to the fifth, you want him to perform. No, he's not cheating. This guy's he's good, but he can't just do everything on his own. Sadly for Muffin that he has to leave early this season, but this guy, man, my man, you have a bright future in front of you. You're doing a very good job with your teammates. You're just one of the superstars. You're not one of the superstars. You are a superstar for this season because you're on top 3 and you're leaving early. Not early, of course, but you're leaving after the second game in the playoffs. And I believe you'll always stay in the top 5. So, Muffin, you won this season. You didn't lose. You won this season, definitely. And Anubis as well won Muffin. So it's a win-win situation for Anubis. They needs to have heads high and focus on the next season. If the guys continue improving, now this is going to be scary, man.
Yeah, of course, that's for Muffin. And also, I want to break out something for Anubis. Like, guys, you have a new roster that's just appearing on the space, and at the same time, like, let's have this conversation. If we have this conversation 3 years ago, you would have never said that we're expecting Dirty to be one of the most skilled IGLs that we have in the league.
Yeah.
You wouldn't say that.
It's
Muffin
just his
is
first
in the
season,
top
though.
3 performing.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the thing. Like, those players are improving. Those players are getting their name to be known, and also they're getting into their correct places. That's what I'm gonna say for a team like Anubis. Yeah, guys, you did your best, and I was not just to clarify something. I was not attacking our guy Muffin. I was just saying, like, he did everything that he can in the first 3 games, and he's just like, come on guys, we need someone to step up, like, wake up. It's like that, remember that Mufasa movie, like, come on dad, wake up, somebody steps up. It's just like that. It's hard for him to stay on the same pace for the entire 5 games, and you gotta say that even with the first 3 games, it's just magnificent. It's unpickable to see a player perform this good on this level, and of course versus a tight and hard opponent like LCK. At the end, LCK won, but I just wanna give some heads up to Anubis players. You guys did your best. We're still waiting for you in the next season. And you know it's not gonna be easy. A lot of teams will have some changes, and for Anubis fans, I believe they are calling for some changes in the roster. But for this time, this win will go to LCK.
Yeah, definitely, and we have to praise LCK's comeback because if we're talking about a comeback, then LCK players are ready for it. If we're talking about mental resilience, there is no one matching LCK in the past 2 years. The 2 reverse sweeps that they've done, the fallbacks that they had, and usually the team that wakes up from death, as we can say. So, and they came here alive. They picked Eagle Eye first map, and they will look so shaky. We all were like, okay, Seki will be right. His prediction will be right today. Anubis will win. But nah, man, Seki lost. Seki lost it in the end. And LCK's experience and mental resilience was Flex, Spoxy, and everybody. The MVP of this tournament so far is Spoxy, and the MVP of this series is Spoxy as well. So shout out for this guy for coming back and carrying his team, taking his win, and going to one more game on the loser bracket, waiting for the losers from the upper brackets. So now, Spoxy, we've seen a very good performance. We've seen this one. I died laughing. I died watching this one. I died watching because he was like he's scared. He clicked everything. He killed him with knife. Like he's scared. His mouse is like this. Oh, Doom is here, and then he just pops his mouse, and Doom died. And yeah, that's very good performance by Spoxy, by LCK. Guys, you have a very good mental. Zane, Ozan, my brother, you had a very good impact. I've watched the games. He's always after winning. Like he has his microphone like this. Let's go, let's go. He's like shouting for his teammates, and this is the kind of players that I like to watch and I like to watch and play with.
Of course, that's the type of the players that you would love to watch and play with. And for another player that we would love to play with and watch, and he's gonna be Lineclo, since we have small interview with him, and he's gonna be popping off on the screen in a few seconds. And hello, Lineclo, how are you doing, my brother?
Hello, how are you guys doing?
All
Good,
good,
all
all
good.
good, all good.
For me, to be honest, like you would never expect, like none of us expected that we are gonna see LCK in the lower bracket, and I believe you guys never expected to have this run. I mean, you're gonna have a pretty long run, but for you guys, what should we see from LCK?
I mean, when you play so many matches in a season, at some point you are going to have some bad matches. I think yesterday, unfortunately, it was a really bad day for us, and 3BL were really prepared and had a strong game. I mean, stuff like this can happen, and that's why you have a lower bracket, so you have a second chance. I mean, today the team was a bit better than yesterday. I still think we are not 100% in our level, but we are working towards that, and I'm sure next week we are going to be there on full force.
That's nice, nice, nice. Well, I won't go scripted and ask you. Yeah, I won't go scripted and ask you what you guys talked about, what you guys discussed when you lost versus 3BL, or maybe when you lost first map. But let me ask you another question: who was the most relaxed guy in your team that helped you guys to maintain your mental, especially after the first game, and that the second game was already going for Anubis?
I mean, I think today's game against Anubis, everyone was okay after the first game. But if I have to point someone, I would say Flex. He's usually the guy who keeps us calm and makes sure everything goes right. And of course, Loons before the game also helps us. So yeah, I would point those two out.
Yeah, I have one more question before going to Seki. Ozan is always like, Zane is after the round, he's always having his bike in his mouth and he's shouting. Is he how good is he hyping you guys? Because I've seen him, he's shouting, I don't know what he's saying. If he's not putting his hands, he's saying, let's go, but I can't see what he's saying. But every time I see him so hyped, and this is so good for you.
Yes, Design, when he really wants to hype the team, he can really make the difference. And Design today was really hyping us up and make sure we win. Because today we don't have any more chances. Like you have to give 100% and just make sure we win. And Design, of course, contributed to the victory.
Yeah, of course. You guys, like, you all did a really wonderful best of 5 versus Anubis. And for me, I have like a question, but it's not gonna be for me. Like, what would you like to say to LCK fans out there?
I mean, there is not much to say. All we have to say is that we are sorry for our performance for yesterday. But I'm sure they believe us. I mean, we have been at the top for the last few years. And I'm pretty sure that the team will just keep winning. And eventually we'll get our chance to maybe win this full tournament.
Hopefully we can see that. Thank you for your interview, and thank you for your time. And hopefully we can see you again.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. That's perfect.
You love to see it. Like, yeah, their mental is up, and they're just getting warmed up in the lower bracket. Yeah, their games are gonna be a little bit harder when it comes to mentality and knowing that you only got one chance to stay in the league. But at the same time, guys, they are LCK. Like they got a full army behind them.
Discount them.
And
yeah,
exactly, you can just count them out.
Yeah. Well, LCK, they have a tough time, but as Lineclo mentioned, that usually any team who's playing a lot of games, you can't just keep everything is the same. Even Vitality, we've seen them having some bad days, they're dropping maps and even dropping series versus Unite. But it's tough that the bad days for LCK is on the playoffs, because they had their good days on the regular season. Phase 1, Phase 2, okay, wasn't that much good performer, but they really had the bad days on the playoffs. So that's why Lineclo pointed that it's our last chance. We had to give 100%, and they did, and they actually showed us a good performance. Maybe that's not 100%, and I'm sure that this is not 100% of LCKs, that we are pretty sure that they will improve and they will get back to track.
Of course, that's not what we should be expecting from LCK, and we had this discussion before that we said LCK can't finish at last place, and unfortunately we have Anubis just got knocked out of the playoffs. They secured the 6th place, but at the same time we still got 2 wonderful and magnificent best of 5s. We have upon tomorrow we have Team Nemesis versus 3BL Galaxy and Vitality versus Unknights, which I believe we're gonna have a lot of fun watching those games. The Egyptian Derby
Yeah.
on the upper side, and on the lower side, a revenge for Vitality. That might be the case, or Unknights just proving the point that they are going for the title. Anything can happen in the upper bracket, in the lower bracket, and guys, keep in mind that LCK is still waiting for their praise to get down.
Well, as you mentioned, I'm pretty scared for Unknights too. Yeah, like Vitality, I'm talking to the players every day, and they're like, "No, we are just going. This is our final. This is our final. We will just pretend that this is our final." So it's gonna be very scary for them. The guys are just they're pissed off because of the loss of the streak, but they know that Unknights is a very good, capable team of winning. So they're saying that it's like a final for us because it's a very strong team, a team that could have beaten us, and they did in the past season, and they did in the past game. So they want a revenge. And 3BL versus Nemesis, this is a size of also a revenge for Nemesis, because last time these guys met in a local tournament, 3BL had the advantage 2-0 versus Nemesis and knocking them out of the tournament. So Nemesis, they need to show it's the only local tournament when it comes to international stage that Nemesis are always here. Comics, Deep Sea, Alucard, Beck, Raffen, with the lead of Kevin. I'm pretty sure that they are looking forward for this game, and they definitely watched how 3BL played yesterday versus LCK.
They did watch the best of 5, of course. It was one-sided, but I believe this one is not gonna be the same, and we might see the Black Horse story, the underdog, the guys that were never meant to be there, but they eventually pop off there. And of course that we're talking about Team 3BL going to the upper bracket semi-final, playing their, I don't know, like it's a wonder, it's a dream for them, but I believe it is the truth, and that's what we're here on the ground. So hopefully we can see a really good series for them tomorrow. And of course I would like to thank everyone on watching this stream. I would like to thank you, Penguin, our casters,
Thank
of
you,
course,
thank you.
our production. They're sleeping today. Yeah, not pretty early, but like at least we're not going
Because tomorrow
to-
is a very long day, man.
Yeah, of course, it's gonna be pretty long day. Of course, for today we had one best of 5 going 3-1 in LCK's favor. Anubis are out, and we are out of today. See you guys tomorrow.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now.
That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes it. Zane has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that quick.
Shot.